can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
Supervisor McGorty. Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Heschak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor McGorty will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Public expression and public comment on closed session items 6A through 6F. Those online can click raise hand on the phone, *9, *6. Let's start with in room.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. I'm Julie Beardsley, President of SEIU Local 1021 and your Senior Public Health Analyst. Hi, I've been here many times and it seems like this is becoming more and more familiar. And I've come to ask to put your employees first in consideration in your budget. This year, at a time of 8% inflation, you put nothing in the budget for your employees, for the people that make this county run. It's not the vehicles or the buildings or the machinery that make the county function. It's the employees, it's the people. The dedicated public servants who come to work day in and day out, rain or shine. They show up whether there's an emergency, a fire, whether there's a pandemic. They often put themselves at risk because of this. And sometimes they put their lives on the line sometimes. They show up and they provide these services that our community depends on. In this time of 8% inflation, the federal government recognizes that it's really hurting people, and so they've authorized an 8.7% Social Security increase at the beginning of next year. So I'm asking you to step up. You know, Lake County and Sonoma County are both offering hiring bonuses. I don't know if you were aware of this. Many of our employees live in Lake County, so what do you think is going to happen? They're gonna save money on the drive and they're gonna go work for Lake County. We're gonna lose more critical employees. I'm asking you to reconsider and to give us a reasonable COLA. We're not asking for the moon. We're asking for something reasonable. Budgets are not written in stone and they can be amended. So I'm asking you, please, put your employees first. Thank you.
Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, my name is Patrick Hickey. I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 1021. Mendocino County is at a turning point. County employees had reason to feel optimistic 3 years ago when the board set them on a path to parity and stability. But over the past 6 months, the board has frittered that away. In the coming years, some counties will excel and others will fall behind. The decisions you make, the actions and inactions, will determine if we will thrive or slide into becoming a backwater. You should be working with your employees, not against them. You each pay lip service to county employees, but that doesn't pay the rent. Inaction over time is seen for what it is, contempt. Instead of negotiating in good faith, the county administration continues to hide information. Do we have to file charges with the state every time we want to access public information? You've brought in a high-priced San Francisco attorney to negotiate, but give him no authority to bargain, even on such glaringly obvious things like agreeing to pay higher than the minimum wage. We have provided the board with multiple ideas for identifying funds. Recently, we started to identify areas where the county is wasting funds. You could ask nearly any employee in the county, and they could point to multiple ways to save the taxpayers' money. But again, we see no action, just more circular discussions and go nowhere ad hoc committees. So when county employees look to the board for leadership, they see stagnation. Trust your employees to move the county forward. It's a risk that will pay dividends and provide stability and resilience as we move forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, AKA Goldilocks, ordained minister, all that stuff. Wow. If the board was one person, I would be really angry. And I know you individually, and how does this all make sense that nothing moves, that nothing right happens? First of all, I'm really happy and honored that my words came out of Chair Williams' mouth last week, even in jest. Gratitude and appreciation. We should always start with that. And my gratitude and appreciation was for last session, all the people that spoke so articulately about the marijuana issues. And yesterday, when I dropped into the general whatever committee, that was awesome. That was how things should run. Those people that spoke, we're so lucky to have them in our county. An attorney that went to the federal courts and won, and you won't listen to them? And we have a San Francisco law firm hired to fight our county employees? Again, if you were one person, I would be very, very angry. But in gratitude and appreciation to all of those people that keep coming here the same way that I do, trying to figure out who this one entity is. Well, it's 5 of you. And you can't defer because there's 5 of you. You're all responsible for all these things not happening, for the priorities being wrong, for these people not being heard coming up here time after time. So my gratitude, again, is to all those people. Swami Select, number 1. He was awesome. He spoke from his heart. Maybe it wasn't, the legal terms that you guys need to understand. And you think you understand them, but you don't. Here you have experts coming up and you won't listen to them. You haven't listened to them all this time. When I listened to all that was said yesterday, in my mind was, why wasn't this said years ago? Those words and people should have been together a long time ago. So there's a problem with how you communicate and how you collectively come to your decisions, because nothing's happening, and when you do it, it's wrong. So let's try to get it better. And Hannah Nelson, Heidi, Paula Hansberry, Susan Tibbins, they brought shovel-ready stuff, and it's all doable. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle. My name is Veronica Wilson. I'm a program administrator for your county and Department of Social Services. I wanted to point out to each of you that you provide a benefit to these folks, including myself, for down payment assistance on first-time home buyer for first-time home buyers. Any lender that you would go to request a mortgage would require that you be able to demonstrate income growth. When I recently applied this last winter and bought my first home without the assistance, I found that I had to have a 3% annual growth. Well, at the time, we had our MOU, and I met that requirement. My concern is any other employee seeking to use the benefit that you offer cannot use it if they don't have demonstrated income growth. You don't give us a raise, we don't get a mortgage. We continue renting and filling up space where our homeless folks, our people who are precariously housed, they could move into those rental units that we would move out of if we were able to have a mortgage. So there are consequences to your choices, to each and every one of us. And some of those are really, really harsh. So please, we're not asking for much. Just help us during this inflation time. We know you can. Please, this shouldn't even be something we're discussing. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman, members of the board, CEO, and County Council. My name is Heather Chris, and I am also a program administrator, technically for public health. But I work collaboratively within the agency. And normally at this time, I'd be in a multidisciplinary meeting talking about some of the most vulnerable people in our community, addressing barriers, both real and artificial, that systems put up for them, trying to find the yeses where there are generally no's thrown in their face. I really don't like public speaking. That is not my strong point. I really hate it. And right now I'm actually fighting a migraine, but it's really important because we need to be heard. I've listened to my fellow coworkers come up here very eloquently, very well prepared, give you not only like actual data and information, but also personal stories about how the increase in inflation has directly impacted them. And I hope you've listened, but I want to tell you where I work and what I do. Not only have I heard them up here in front of you, but I hear them in the hallways, I hear them in the break room, and I hear them in the offices talking about how hard it is to make ends meet. They struggle with multiple jobs. You know, there's mothers that I talk to that are working for the county with multiple jobs while they're raising their children. They're missing out on family time. And to not have the wages increase to meet some of these basic needs is just atrocious to me. You know, several of them have come to me about losing their houses. I actually know several county employees that are literally homeless and living out of their car and showing up to work and doing it well. And I know that if you guys can't afford to keep up with inflation for your employees' wages, then you guys are failing us. The workforce of this county has been extremely dedicated through a past financial crisis and the sacrifices they made through the pandemic, and then continuously through the shortage of understaffing and not being able to keep people in these departments. Their dedication has been in spite of being extremely underappreciated and undercompensated and overburdened with the work of vacant positions. As the board, you guys make financial decisions every single meeting, and it's a little alarming to me to realize that you guys don't have a good picture of how our county works overall, but you're making these decisions meeting after meeting. And I'm wondering if you know that how many people are not being paid out of the general fund, and how that those federal dollars come in and the state dollars that are outside of our budget. And depending upon what study you look at, those monies get circulated between 4 and 9 times in our local community before they end up leaving again. And what an impact that is when our employees don't have that disposable income to spend in our community. We're losing out on sales tax revenue, and our local businesses suffer, as well as the direct impact to the employees in our community. You know, there's a lesson to be learned in the money that we had to spend in investing in our whole staff analysis when we had taken our pay cut, and then we went this long stagnant time without any wage increases. And I would hope that we can learn from that and not have to repeat those lessons that we already know. Our staff are very undercompensated, and we look at other counties and they are doing it. They're making it work. They are finding the money to make it work. So I don't think we're asking for a lot. We're even asking for under what the actual cost of living increase is. And so, you know, I'd like you guys to really figure it out, look at everything, and you know, come up with a way, because if we're failing in the way our model is working, if we can't keep up with that inflation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that was eloquent.
Hello, David Strock, Cannabis Department. I started with the county in January of 2020. I worked for social services at that time. And when I was hired, my supervisor at the time told me that, Dave, you came to the county at a good time. We have a good contract that is attempting to achieve parity with some of the other counties nearby. And there were, in 2020, July of 2020, we had, a 5% raise and a COLA. And she told me also that it's very likely that that was going to continue. And so we did achieve some parity. We started to get closer to what similar positions in other counties are being paid. But now, because of inflation, and that other counties are meeting their workers' needs and giving them the COLAs they need, we're seeing that parity eliminated. It's basically, we're going backwards. So I'm from Willits, lifelong Mendocino County resident, except, a couple lived in the Bay Area for a little bit. Mr. Haschek was a teacher at Willits High School when I was there. He can probably attest to the fact that a lot of the students who can leave the county because there aren't opportunities for people. When I lived in Sonoma County for a time, and I came back to Mendocino County. I was coming home, going to find a job. I was going to go into teaching. That didn't work out because of COVID, but then I found employment here with the county. And I was thinking, okay, well, I'll be able to settle down. I'll be able to afford a home. No, it's crazy. We have to get this COLA figured out and move on to other things. We have to move on. We have to get this figured out so we can move on the housing crisis that your county employees are experiencing. I mean, the fact that there's people that work for the county who are homeless, how can you live with that? I would do something about that. So we have to get this COLA done so we can move on to figuring out bigger and better things. You want to keep your workforce here? They're talking about, signing bonuses in Lake and Sonoma County. They're offering COLAs. I would say figure this out quick. Find the money. It's there. It's there if you prioritize it. So if you don't prioritize it, if it's not a big deal, if you lose your workers or your workers don't get paid what they're worth, then the money's not there. But if you prioritize it, you can find it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Hanover. I used to be an employee of Mendocino County. Unfortunately, I was let go during probationary period at a job that I was really good at, very good at. Now, that's kind of where they're talking about all these vacant positions are open, that there's all this availability, that technically these paychecks are there. You guys are refusing to take the money from these vacant positions that have been vacant for a very, very long time because you guys want that money to be there for new employees. But I was let go on probation from a job that I fought for almost a year to get, only to be let go for absolutely no reason, because they have the right to do that. And there are people in this room that I've worked with that have attested to the abilities that I had in that position, how great I was in that position. And it was a career of mine, a goal of mine, to where now I have applied to Lake and Sonoma counties and been recruited by them, and boasting about how their wages are better, how they have these bonuses. They have relocation allowances to be able to relocate, because I live here in Ukiah. I live right across the street from Pomalita, and I pay $1,800 a month for rent, not the $1,100 or $1,200 you guys think that the average rent is in Mendocino County. Not at all. Right around the corner from me, my best friend lives right across the street from Frank Zeke. She pays $2,500 a month for a smaller house than I have, a slumlord, and I have a huge backyard, huge front yard, and a 2-car garage. She has no garage, and she has a small backyard and a small front yard. Not even a front yard. And she pays almost $2,500 a month for rent. And I tried to recruit her when I worked for the county because I was like, oh, get in the county, then you're gonna be set, you're gonna be great. And I tried to get her to switch on because we both had the career goals of social work. We both were foster parents for the last 7 years for Mendocino County. And we were both ready to jump ship from foster care and switch over to the county and do the legwork that social workers have to do. And when I did that, not only was I let go without cause, that I feel was completely unnecessary, but she looked at my paycheck. My paycheck barely covers my rent, let alone throwing an additional $600 on her rent. And then we have kids to support. We have gas to afford. I have a Chevy Silverado, and let me tell you, it is not even as much. It is way more to pay in my Chevy Silverado than it is my sports car. And I pay almost $150 every couple days in my truck. And you guys expect for the county or for the employees to believe that there's no money there. But yet, I no longer have a position. That money's there. My money is there. My income is gone because it is now just floating around that you guys refuse to fill, and because there's such a high turnover rate. I know for a fact that my position alone that I've been in is a position that has been flipped over and flipped over and flipped over and flipped over. If they're not going to keep the position filled, don't fill it. But pay the employees that are going to do that job the money that they deserve.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Leif Farr. I'm the Chief Steward for SEIU Mendocino County Chapter, and I also work in your Information Services Division. Just a quick few words. Back in March and April, when you were crafting your budget, not to allocate anything for COLAs was probably not the wisest thing to do. And it's been said, so I won't try to repeat too much, but a budget isn't written in stone. I'm sure that you honor your employees and that you don't want labor unrest, and that you would like to not fall back on the great work that you've done on trying to get us to market. The last contract we had, a 3-year contract, was a brave step to try to bring us back to parity. It wasn't 100%, but we understood the sacrifice, and we understood that it made a huge impact on your employees' lives. So we don't expect you to meet 8 or 9% inflation. That's not where your negotiating team is for the employees, and your negotiating team that you hired knows that. So, but we don't want to fall behind. We don't want to waste all that effort that everyone's worked so hard to achieve to bring us to market. And, as you've heard today, that it creates a huge impact on the lives of the people who work for the county and all the other citizens of our county who rely on the economy that's here in Mendocino County, and it's supported by the wages that county employees get. So hopefully, again, budgets aren't written in stone. It might be a good idea to go back and look at that budget and make very hard choices. I understand that there are very hard choices to make, but to look at what your employees are asking for is very modest, and it would go a long way not to fall further back in the hole where we used to be. So hopefully you'll take that under consideration. I hope so, and instruct your negotiating team to work with us. Thank you.
Leif. Okay, I'd like to comment on that recommendation, because just to be open here, I really struggle. I recognize with almost 9% inflation, not giving a significant COLA is a cut. That's just a fact. And yet last year, it appears we spent more than what we had coming in. And this year, we're projected to have $3 million less. My personal take is there needs to be a significant restructuring. This is a structural deficit. And everything that's been pointed out is true. If we don't keep up, we're going to lose workers. We need both more staffing, and we need to pay everyone a living wage. And yeah, I think it's despicable that a county has staff living in cars. So I'm with you. It's a question of how do we get there? And you know, as one supervisor, I can't initiate a discussion, and it'll take at least 3 supervisors deciding we want to do this more and open than we have. But I think we have a real significant financial problem. And on the administration side, I don't think our CEO has been trying to hide anything. I see behind the scenes, I see her struggling trying to get the information, just like I'm trying to get it, just like the negotiation teams on both sides are trying to get it. We have a problem that it's nowhere near as transparent as it should be, and everything we learn is more alarming. So these are not excuses. I'm just trying to share some of what I'm going through. I want to pay our employees more. I want everyone to have a living wage. I think that needs to be a milestone, and we need to work backwards and figure out how do we get there. Certainly it's not slipping behind. But I look at my colleagues and I know they're in a position of, we don't have the money. It looks like we have $3 million less than last year. What staff is telling me, and I tend to believe it is, if we give a significant COLA, we could do that, it will trigger layoffs. And I could use some input from employees. Do we want to go down that path? Do we want to decide that it's more important to have living wages for all, even if it means an overall reduction in the workforce in the year to come?
Well, you know, this has been hashed out in many meetings with the negotiating teams. You know, it's kind of disheartening when we're told that, oh yeah, we'll give you a COLA, but you have to find the money. You have to find extra revenue. Well, we have found extra revenue. I think a really telling situation is when you have unfilled positions. We brought all this information to the county, even though we didn't get all the information we needed to make some estimates. But if you look at every year, pretty much, you're going to have several $1 million that you have not spent. And the tricky part is that what happens when you budget this money and it's general fund money and it's not spent, then the following year it goes into a special category. It's one-time money. What was really general fund money that you didn't spend, and now it's one-time money, which you've made a decision not to spend on salaries. You know, you can point to a lot of things that are going on around the county. You know, on my coffee break, I walk outside here and I'm looking at this fantastic parking lot they're building out here, you know, between general services and the administration building. I go, boy, that sure is a Class A parking lot. You know, what was the priority in spending money on that as opposed to spending money on employees? You know, that's the kind of thing we're looking at. So there are avenues. It's also very disheartening to negotiate with a negotiating team that can't make any decisions. You know, they first thing off the bat, they say the county's broke, they have no money. Well, how did they hire you, right? It's disheartening. You know, I've worked for the county for a long time, and I know it's been a while since this has happened, but in the past, our employees would sit down with the CEO and HR director and negotiate a contract. There was no hiring outside firms. You know, here's what it is, right? And we reach a compromise. But to negotiate, the whole structure of negotiating now is you talk to people who have no stake in the matter. You know, other than they're going to get their paycheck whether, you know, we get a contract or not. So it's a filter and it's a diffusion between the people we really need to negotiate with and our team. So there's a lot of problems in the structural part of this negotiating process as well as in the structural part of how we work our budgets. I don't think it's right for every time we come up to the board and ask for a contract and it requires maybe a COLA or some type of increase in monetary value, that we have to find the money. That's really not our job, and we don't have the resources or the information to craft a budget for the county. But we do our best, and I think we've shown where there are avenues where a very modest COLA could be achieved. So that's the only answer I can give you.
I appreciate your words.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. Today we're here to honor October as National Substance Abuse Prevention Month. In 2021, an estimated 1,762 individuals living in the United States passed from an overdose. That's about a 15% increase from 2020. And in 2020, we saw a 30% increase from 2019. 75% of all deaths we see from overdose are due to an opioid overdose, and that includes both natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic opioids. The overall rise in overdose deaths at this point, we're contributing to fentanyl. We're seeing more fentanyl on our streets, and it's definitely an epidemic that we're trying to address, and we are seeing it here in Mendocino County locally. We also have seen an increase in overdose from both meth and cocaine would be the second and third drugs that we're starting to see overdose deaths from, and they continue to rise not only here in Mendocino County but in the United States as a whole. In 2021, Mendocino County lost 75 residents to an overdose. 72 of those were accidental or unintentional. In 2022, when we really look at how we saw an increase in our numbers, in 2022 we lost 45 lives to an overdose, and 43 of those were accidental or unintentional. So we went from 43 in 2020 to 72 in 2021. In Mendocino County, our overdose are contributed largely to opioids. When we look at opioids as a whole, looking at natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic, that's our number one. If we separate that out and just look at the synthetic, which is fentanyl, our number one overdose is actually methamphetamine, followed very close to fentanyl. We believe fentanyl would be actually the number one if it wasn't for Narcan and naloxone, and we continue to work on getting that in our community. So in front of you, we have a tree. This tree represents the number of lives we've lost in Mendocino County. Every leaf on that tree is an individual we lost, a resident we lost to an overdose in Mendocino County. There are 296 leaves on that tree. That represents 10 years of overdose loss, 296 leaves and lives lost. This month, we honor Mendocino County residents who have passed due to an overdose, and we celebrate those who are taking the steps to find recovery from their substance use illness. Thank you.
Dr. Miller?
Yes.
I've been reading in the news other communities have been successful with Narcan vending machines to make it more readily available. Given our large geography and say even how long it takes a fire department to respond to somebody's house, do you think that would make a difference for us?
It's definitely something we're looking at. We've been doing some research, and we're seeing that is a very common new trend. We're actually seeing it, vending machines as people exit the jail, and we're seeing it throughout the community. So our substance use manager, Jill Ells, has been doing a lot of work on what are some options that we can do. We held a big fentanyl event this year. We plan to continue to hold fentanyl events and look at ways to really get Narcan and naloxone within our community, and that is one of the things we're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
Dr. Miller, this news, of course, is shocking every time I hear about it. It just seems like something that shouldn't be happening. And I'm curious, Measure B is supposed to address some of the issues with SUDT, and the Kemper report identifies it really clearly. So how do you feel we're doing with our extra funds to address mental illness and some of the other, and SUDT? What's your thumbnail sketch of where we're at?
I think when we look at Measure B, I think Measure B has done a good job at looking at mental health. I think we've brought mental health services to an area, increased mental health services in a way we wouldn't have been able to do just within private insurance, Medi-Cal, Medicare. I think we still have ways to go when it comes to substance use. I think if, those of us who have been here a long time, I can tell you, we always heard mental health. Mental health was the biggest issue in our community. And I'm not saying that we don't need mental health services. I don't think any community can have enough mental health services. And since COVID-19, we're seeing a crisis, right? So we know there's always a need. But what I'm hearing more of today is what about substance use, more than I've ever heard. And I think it's clear that we need more substance use services. We are working on a community outreach survey with NAMI to really look at what does our community feel that we need to do for facilities or spend Measure B money on next. And so that survey has gone out. We will then be doing a stakeholder group to do an RFP to look at substance use services. But it is a need in our community. We do need more substance use services. And we're seeing that in the number of deaths we're seeing. We're not seeing less deaths. We're seeing more deaths. And across the United States, every year we see an increase in deaths. And as more drugs get brought in, fentanyl is really big now. What's the next one? And we know that the mafias bring in drugs. They traffic it through Mendocino County. We know that. And so we definitely need to focus on substance use.
Well, I'm totally in your corner on this. If there's things we can do, I want to help.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Lindsay Doherty, Executive Director of NAMI, Mendocino County. And I want to say that it's really been a privilege for NAMI to be working alongside Mendocino County Behavioral Health, Pinoleville Pomo Nation, and Consolidated Tribal Health to bring, we've been bringing overdose awareness and memorial events throughout the county each Saturday this month. We have 2 more to go. This coming Saturday, we will be at the Alex Thomas Plaza in Ukiah, and we will have our traveling memorial and an opportunity to bring some healing to the community around the number of people that we've lost, because it's not something that we can really ignore anymore. More and more people are being touched by it, and it's really affirming to see the connection between mental health and substance abuse being really connected, and it's undeniable anymore. So with that, yes, we'll be at the Alex Thomas Plaza from 10:30 until 1:30 this coming Saturday, and then the following Saturday at Recreation Grove in Willits from 10:30 to 1:30 as well. So you're welcome to come and attend.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you very much for that. I have had a request from the business community for Narcan training, and I believe that the Arbor through RCS recently did a youth Narcan training, and I also think that maybe SafeRx is currently working on a future Narcan training. So it would be great if when those trainings and events happen, maybe we can help do a joint press release so that that information gets out to the community, because it's one thing to have Narcan available and another thing to have community members that understand what to do when they do have it, run across somebody that's having an overdose. Will there be Narcan available at your events?
Yes, and I'm actually really glad you brought that up. And we would be glad to help get the word out however we can about upcoming trainings. So NAMI Mendocino several months ago joined up with the California Department of Healthcare Services naloxone distribution project. We are a naloxone distributor. We are critically low on our supply right now, and there is a back order at the state level lasting several weeks. So that just speaks to the prevalence of the issue. They're having a hard time keeping up with the supply of Narcan. So right now, Narcan is available at New Life Clinic in Ukiah. It's at the old probation building by the library, if anybody would like to get some there. Also, I believe Behavioral Health has a supply, and you can get that there as well. But yes, as I said, we would be glad to get information out about upcoming trainings, especially as we watch different types of naloxone and Narcan distribution becoming available through the state. So.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak here today. My name is Trilby Kerrigan. I'm an LCSW. I work at Consolidated Tribal Health Project as a behavioral health therapist and have been working with Janine and Lindsay and NAMI and Mendocino County Behavioral Health and Pomo Nation on the weekend events that we've been doing, and it's been a great success. We've had many community members attend at the different sites we're at, getting information, learning about Narcan, learning about services in our community, learning about services for their family, their loved ones, and really getting that information that they were unaware of. So this is very needed in our community, and I see it as a great collaboration between tribal programming, county programming, and working together to build healthy and safe communities for everybody. As you know, tribal people are underserved and underrepresented in a lot of our different programs that we have in the county, and so really bridging those gaps, finding about services the county has, how we can work together to improve access to services for the tribal community is really, that's my heart piece. Like, I've always worked in tribal communities, and I just see the need of growing that capacity to work together collaboratively. Lindsay mentioned the lack of Narcan. Recently, we had an overdose in one of our tribal communities, and that was, they were asking, hey, can you bring Narcan? Can you please get us some Narcan? And it took working all together to really figure out where we could get that Narcan. Fortunately, the county was able to loan a box, and then I was like, gave a box, but everybody working together to serve all the communities of our beautiful Mendocino County. And like I said, any way that we can collaborate with Janine and Lindsay and NAMI and Pomo Nation, the more together we are, the better services that can be shared and ensure that all our community members are being served. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Williams and the Board of Supervisors. It's hard for me to do this without tears because this is devastation in our county. I work hands-on every day. My name's Jill Ellis, I'm sorry. I work hands-on every day with some of these people whose leaves are now here. I also attend weekly, almost weekly, an HMA meeting, which stands for Health Management Association, through a nationwide team. And while Narcan is a solution right now, my clients report to me, people report to me, that now it's taken 4 and 5 Narcans to be effective. And they've overdosed 10 to 15 times. So we have a solution of saving lives, but is the body building up tolerance to that solution? And that's my fear. We have a county emergency, as far as I'm concerned, to knock down what's happening in our community with fentanyl and opioids. To go out town to town like we are doing. You're the biggest voice for our county. We need to have you there. We need to have you hear that person that rides by on their bike and says, I could have been one of those. And that happened this last weekend. So while we look at this tree and we look at the amount of leaves, let's look at how we can bring our county together, hand in hand in hand, town to town to town, and educate the families of what our kids are getting exposed to. They've got fentanyl out there now that looks like candy. And they're hitting our kids with Snapchat and online, enticing them with it and selling it to them. And we're losing those lives. In the last month, I've placed 3 adolescents, 15 to 17, in a residential program down in LA, so far away from home. How do we get help to keep our kids here so that they have the family support and the community support? Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Gabriel Ray. I'm Chairman. Good morning. a lot of great speakers here today. I'm not such a great speaker, but I really just wanted to come to express my gratitude to the county for working with recently working on reaching out to the tribes and trying to understand what are some barriers in our communities and working on solutions to overcome those barriers. And one of the things our communities are facing is increase in substance misuse, and a lot of those are resulting in overdoses. So for me, these leaves are here. Probably a couple of these branches actually represent family members or people that I know in the tribal communities that have passed over the years. So it's very eye-opening when you see it like that, and really sad because it makes me think of some of the families and think about the people that I lost in my life and other people in tribal communities. It's devastating. What the drugs are, fentanyl is doing into our communities, and just all the hard drugs that are being pushed right now. So, and just recently with the rise just because of COVID, it was a 30% increase across the country, and that hit our communities and this Mendocino County as well. So, it's getting right into everybody's face. I'm sure everybody's hearing about the overdoses in our area and things like that. So I'm really grateful for the county, who's Janine and Dr. Miller and Joey and Lindsay. Everybody, all the county programs have. It's been really great working with them. They set up a meeting for us and tribes to be able to meet with them to talk about our issues. Second Wednesday of every month from 5:30 to 7:30 in the evening. So I appreciate them giving that evening up for us and being able to discuss those issues. But come out. It's a great event. Really good information for everybody. It's a really heartbreaking that when you lose someone to overdose or because it was really preventable. And so just thank you for hearing us today. Appreciate it.
You are a great speaker. What do you see as the best strategy going forward to turn this around?
For tribal communities, I think we need more resources in the communities. So for tribes, it's like we know that we want people to stop doing drugs, but we don't have the resources to have one-on-one counseling, AOD counseling, counselors, parenting classes, those types of services in the community. And then sometimes that's a barrier for tribal communities to get out to come into town because the communities are isolated. Sometimes transportation's a barrier. Things like that, but just the services to get better. We know what the problem is, but we don't have the resources within our communities to help, I guess. So that's one of the things that we've been talking about at the county in our meeting, and how we could bring, maybe the county could help us have those services in our communities, bring those services to our community. So I'm hoping that's a possibility, and it sounds like it is. So that's wonderful.
Thanks for the insight.
Lindsay Doherty, NAMI Mendocino County. I just want to say, if the camera angles are like they usually are, people at home may not be able to see this tree. And just for perspective, there are 296 leaves on this tree.
Why don't you pick it up and bring it right next to you?
Okay. Yeah, 296 people. Thank you.
Hi, so my name is Sage Hill. I'm an ESR. Earlier, we had a whole bunch of SEIU people here. When I got up to speak, they left, but Just wanted to kind of give an understanding as to what we're dealing with. I came from Alameda County as a EST, which was Eligibility Service Technician 3 with Alameda County. I dealt with a lot of people who called in who had issues with their Medi-Cal, CalWorks, CalFresh, general assistance. I was the point of person basically to fix the issues with their cases. Dealing with COVID and walking into my office and seeing vast amount of desks that were empty, people not there. I was one of the very few that still showed up. The reason I left that county was because they gave us a coin as a thank you, a coin for my service of going through, having had COVID, going back to the office, helping people with COVID, helping people through a tragic time, through their own difficulties. I still persisted, but having that county show me that my act of service was meant as a thank you for a coin, just a coin, really just pushed me over the edge. And going into the county and having a lot of issues of finding parking, safe parking, or seeing my other, coworkers homeless or having issues with finding housing, it just pushed me to a point of I can't live there anymore. And so I moved here to Mendocino County, and I continue my service as an eligibility service representative, and I still assist people who are dealing with narcotics, who are dealing with not having enough for their families, who I'm hearing over the phone crying, who are needing the assistance. And I'm looking at my coworkers, and they are the ones that are pushing to help. I am constantly going with the policy and trying to make sure that I'm following the rules as best as I can. And seeing my coworkers still come in day to day is like the joy that I get. But earlier this year, I had a devastating medical injury that took me out of work for 2 months and didn't have enough for rent. Got an eviction notice, and I'm one of the few that almost lost my house. I really hope that you guys understand what you guys are seeing and what you guys are dealing with. There are people that are here that are willing to help. People that have pushed to go through COVID, come to work, smiles on their faces, and still help. Still try to keep people off of that tree. Still try to keep people with their families intact, who still come and do the best that they can. We're just asking for our Board of Supervisors and our community to help us too. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be appropriate to speak about Resolution 4A at this time?
Not ideal. This is public expression and public comment on items 6A through 6F.
Okay,
We'll back up in a few minutes. Is there any more public expression or public comment on closed session in the room? Moving online, Michael Katz.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I am just curious today if the board is aware of the schedule and when the 4D, the appeals item, will be heard, hoping that it will be heard before closed session / lunch. But if the board could provide any information about that, that would be sincerely appreciated. Thank you so much.
Clerk.
At this time, that 4D, the cannabis item, is scheduled to be the only item in the afternoon session, so it will be after closed session.
Do we have any idea when that might end?
I don't think we will be back from closed session until after 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public expression and public comment on closed session. We're on item 4A, a notice oh, I'm sorry. Look at that. Trying to speed the meeting up. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Sorry, a few more minutes.
Oh, okay.
Public comment on consent calendar? Not seeing any in the room, not seeing any online. Do supervisors have any items they wish to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor Hazardous.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3J for some clarification.
Any other items? Okay, polling item 3J, Supervisor Haschek.
Let me get to it. Okay, 3J is to, let's see, approval of agreement with Client First Consulting Group, DBA, Client First Technology Consulting in the amount of $100,000 to assist with payroll processing, project management, et cetera. So if this is taking the payroll out of the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's purview and putting it into the executive office, is that $100,000 being transferred to? Or where's that $100,000 coming from to pay for this?
CEO.
Yes, the $100,000 will be transferred to the executive office. Now, part of this is an ongoing process improvement that we've been working on that needed to be stepped up earlier in September than we had originally planned. And Mr. Dunnicliffe's in the room, and I believe we have these funds in the ITMP that we're using to increase this contract.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to comment, although the executive office may be assisting with payroll, I believe ultimately the accuracy of every check cut is the legal responsibility of the auditor controller. County Counsel, you agree?
Yes, that is correct.
Including item 3J?
Yes.
Roll call. Oh, did you have your hand up, Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make two quick comments. The proclamation recognizing October 8th as the 5th anniversary of the Redwood Complex fire in Mendocino County. You know, we certainly can't replace what we've lost. We're trying really hard to make things better. I think our board is invested especially in improving the fire department and some of the other community resources like the Grange so that we're better prepared in the future for these kinds of disasters, specifically in Redwood Valley. And again, it's not much, but at least it's something, and we certainly remember and miss many of the people and the things that used to be in Redwood Valley that are gone because of this great disaster. And the other thing I wanted to mention also was on item 3M, which is that we're trying very hard to normalize the agriculture department, and I think we've come up with a good solution. This is one that Steve Dunnicliffe and CEO Antle worked on very hard to find a solution by working with Sonoma County Ag Commissioner on a part-time basis to help direct our staff here. We're required to have an Ag Commissioner for certain functions, and we're fulfilling that while we figure out what our next steps are going to be, hopefully hiring a new Ag Commissioner. So we're trying to stabilize a very important department that a lot of people depend on. So we're making steps in the right direction. Thank you.
I'd like to comment on that item as well. It appears the state has set requirements for that particular position, the Ag Commissioner, such that maybe there are 57 people who qualify in a state with 58 counties. Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4C, presentation of 2021 and 22 California State Association of Counties Executive Credential Program graduates. Sponsors Executive Office. CEO.
Chair Williams, member of the board, it is my pleasure bringing this item forward. Today we have Chastity Benson, who is the Director of Operations and Educational Programs for the California State Association of Counties. As a brief recap for this board, in June of 2021, the Lake and Mendocino County cohort began the credentialing California County Senior Executive Program. The classes were offered virtually due to the pandemic and eventually met in person at the Ukiah Conference Center. Our goal was to educate our staff with courses that would benefit the individuals in their county government career. I would like to congratulate all of those who benefited from taking this course and thank them for taking their time during the pandemic. Also, I would like to express to Supervisor Mulhern, who took her time and attended these courses as well. I would like to also extend my gratitude to Chastity Benson and the whole CSAC Institute for their willingness to be flexible with their courses online and in person. Again, I would like to thank our staff for participating during COVID and finishing the program. So with this, I would like to introduce Chastity Benson, Director of Operations for Educational Programs.
And thank you to the board and staff for the opportunity to join you today. As Director of Operations and Educational Programs for the California Counties Foundation, I am pleased to join today's board meeting to recognize the individuals who earned their county executive credentials this summer. The CSAC Institute has been educating county elected officials and staff for 14 years now, and it's never been stronger. The number of county elected officials and executive staff who take courses and receive their credential just continues to grow. To date, there have been more than 2,000 county officials and senior staff, including several members of the Mendocino County Board, who have earned their credential, which means completing 60 hours of coursework. I want to take a minute to look beyond the numbers to the true value of the CSAC Institute, specifically the value that it brings to California counties. As we all know, California counties are complex creatures. Their history is entwined with state actions that go back decades. And as more and more of our senior staff retire, including Mendocino's very own former CEO, Carmel Angelo, who retired in March after 12 years on the job, we are losing a vast amount of institutional knowledge. But that valuable knowledge no longer just rests with those longtime county staff. It also rests within the CSAC Institute. The Institute significantly helps fill that void by providing critical background and perspective on a variety of county issues and programs. Attendees have the opportunities to learn about leadership, workforce development, negotiations, presentation skills, customer service, and succession planning, just to name a few. Combine that with the context, background, and perspective what the Institute provides on issues unique to California counties, and it's safe to say that we have become one of the premier, if not the premier, continuing education program for county officials in the country. And so I urge you all to consider getting courses to pursue your credential. We continue to offer courses online as well as in person. But now we're here to talk about the presenters or the credential holders today. So we are pleased here to honor the 15 members of the Mendocino County family who recently earned their executive credential. And I will now turn it back over to CEO Antle and Supervisor Williams to read the names of the individuals receiving their credential today.
Do supervisors have any questions or comments? Supervisor McGordy?
Well, just congratulations to everybody. Doing continuing education when you're working is one of the most difficult things that I found in my career. And to successfully cross the finish line is really special. And extra kudos to our fellow Supervisor Mulhern for taking the time to do this, and all of you for improving your quality as an employee for Mendocino County.
Yeah, more education is better. I know when I started, I didn't have government experience, so somebody said, here's your office, and that was basically it. CSAC courses filled in a lot of vital missing information. I think it's both good for our new recruits, and it's also good to see how our tasks are performed in other counties. There are best practices that we can borrow. The way we've always done it may not be the best way. So I'm thankful that our employees have taken the time to engage, and for CSAC for continuing to bolster the program.
So Chair Williams, would you like to hand out the certificates?
I most definitely would.
So I will read the names. I'm not sure they're all here. I know several are here in person. So again, thank you to CSAC and our 15 graduates this year. So we will start in no particular order. Jennifer Cheek Payne, Admin Analyst 1. Crystal Vogelsanger. Social worker supervisor. Steve Gornichek, acting program administrator. Dylan Knowles, admin analyst 1. Atlas Pearson, senior deputy clerk of the board. Sarah Pierce, acting deputy chief executive officer. Tony Rakes, information service division manager. Miriam Ramirez, office service supervisor. Kelsey Rivera, assistant director, social services. Kao Saturn, human resource manager. Emma Salcedo, principal administrative analyst. Nadia Tipton, administrative analyst 1. Swin Ung, sorry, principal administrative analyst. And now our credentialing supervisor award, Supervisor Mulhern.
Public comment? Are you public comment on item 4C? Okay, not seeing any public comment. Yeah, we're going to accept and move on to item 4A. I know one of our guests is very excited. So this is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for temporary road closure of Dogwood Terrace, County Road 641A, and Dogwood Lane, County Road 641B, for 18 months to prevent serious and continual illegal dumping in Brook Trails area. This is sponsored by Supervisor Hazchek and Department of Transportation. Supervisor Hazchek?
Yes, this issue came to light when there was a community group that wanted to clean up an area on Dogwood Terrace, and it was there was illegal dumping going on for an extended period of time. And so in conversation with the Brook Trails Community Services District and many other people, that the Department of Transportation and Howard DeShiel, it turned out that, we could clean up this site, but the feeling was it would go on again and again. And so the recourse that we adopted or have before you is to close off both Dogwood Terrace and Dogwood Lane. They're up in the Brook Trails area off of Ridge Road. And we did get support, as you can see, from the Brook Trails Fire Department, the California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, and they all seemed to think that closing off would not be detrimental in any way to the flow of traffic. It would cut down on illegal dumping and other illegal activities that are going on in these cul-de-sacs. And so we wanted to present this resolution so we can close it off, and it would be an 18-month period.
Okay, so that's a great introduction. It is a notice public hearing, so we're going to try to stick to the format. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Has the board or clerk noted any significant correspondence or telephone calls received.
Emails received would have been sent to the full board or uploaded to e-comment, and we have not received any telephone calls.
Okay, we're going to have a staff presentation followed by public input, public comment, and then staff can make some final remarks, and it'll come back to the board for closing the hearing and hopefully a motion. Starting with staff presentation, Director.
Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. We sent the letters that were called for in the vehicle code to the owners of the property on the tax rolls. We received no, after 45 days, we've received no comment. And as Supervisor Haschek said, we met the statutory requirements in the vehicle code for support from law enforcement. So unless there's questions, it's before your board.
Okay, now public input, public comment. We're going to start in chambers, but those online can click raise hand or *9.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
It's very unclear when to come up. My name is Robert Henry. I live in San Ramon in Contra Costa County, but I do own 2 lots on the end of Dogwood Terrace. And we've owned them for some 35 years, actually. My wife and I were there yesterday, and I concur that the problem is quite bad. There's a lot of dumped material in the streets. There were 3 big piles of dry brush along the outside of the curb directly under tree limbs. If a kid were to throw a match in there, I mean, we could have a forest fire. So there was also some life safety concerns that I saw. So we're here to really thank you for acknowledging the problem and being proactive in trying to resolve it. So we as lot owners are fully supportive and behind this. We only had 2 requests that we wanted to make, and that it sounds like possibly you're about to address one of them, and that is to please remove the trash before you close the street off. We didn't want to have an approved, unsanctioned dump site by keeping it locked in there and possibly having, nesting ground for rats and other vermin, and it just being a life safety issue that stayed there that wasn't fixed before the road was closed off. Other than that, the only other minor comment I have is when you close that street off, there is a lot on the corner of Ridge and Dogwood Terrace on the south side that's pretty flat, and we noticed that vehicles could potentially drive over that and get in there. So when you place the barricades, just keep in mind that, look for potential areas to drive around them, that's all. Because we kind of took note of that when we were there yesterday. That's it, so thank you again.
I think Supervisor Mulhern might have a question for you.
Yeah.
Oh, unrelated.
Okay.
Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I appreciate Mr. Henry coming up and being engaged in this process, and we will take into consideration your comments, and certainly I think Mr. DeShield is taking note of those right now. So.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I was going to wait until it was back to the board, but I did upload e-comment this morning that has photos of the timeline of the volunteer cleanups that have been happening at that site. So the first time that I went to the site was in August, and worked with Greta Kane from the Willett City Council to get some volunteer cleanup days. So what you saw is a result of 2 days of volunteer cleanups that have already occurred. And our next volunteer cleanup is actually this Saturday from 9 to noon. And we do have some people coming in that have large trailers to be able to help haul out some of the trash. On October 1st, I did about 3 pickup loads in my my truck of some of the bag trash to try to make sure that we can get it out before the road gets closed. So that is the community's goal and intention at that site.
Not seeing any more comment in the room. Moving online, we
Thank you.
have Greta.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Greta Connie. I'm a Willits resident and, as Mo said, a member of the Willits City Council. I regularly hike on the Greenbelt trails of Brook Trails, and this site, both of these sites, Brook Trails, Dogwood Terrace and Dogwood, I think, Court, come right off of Ridge Road, which is a well-trafficked road. They are long cul-de-sacs, and so the ends of them are unable to be seen from the road. So I actually hiked up there for months without knowing how bad the problem was. These cul-de-sacs are right in between the trailheads for Gooseberry Trail and Last Chance Trail, which are beautiful trails that are regularly used by community members. And actually, one of the Willits residents who hikes up there is the one who brought it to my attention. We've been working for months to try and get the garbage cleaned up. As the property owner stated, it's all over the road, it's down the sides of the hill. And through pretty tremendous community effort, we've made a big dent in the cleanup. We removed almost 6,000 pounds last month alone. And Jerry Ward at Solid Waste of Willits has been gracious enough to waive the fees for us for the dumping. We're hoping to get it done this Saturday and hoping that you all will approve the temporary closure of these roads to prevent the problem from continuing. This is a temporary measure, so hopefully a long-term solution can be come up with. We appreciate the board's effort on this and hope that we can tackle more problems like this around the county, because we know that this is not the only one. Thank you so much for your consideration.
That concludes public comment. Any final staff remarks? Not seeing any, it's back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy.
Chair Williams. Yeah, thanks. If Greta's still on the call, thank you, Greta, for participating and Mo for participating in the cleanup there. You don't have to give any names out, but was there any evidence as to who might have been doing some of the dumping? It may be multiple people, but is there any hope of tracking down some of these illegal dumpers?
I know that Brook Trails Township has identified some people based on mail and have approached folks. No one has taken responsibility. A couple of people said that they had actually paid a handyman or someone they knew to make a dump run. Apparently, the items never made it to the dump. Instead, they ended up on Dogwood Terrace. It's hard to say, but no, there is no path at this moment to find a culprit. Yeah, it's definitely multiple people, though. Mostly what's up there is construction debris, broken household items, mattresses, and bags of household garbage.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'll move it.
Hang on a second. We haven't closed. Oh, we did close the public hearing. Supervisor Mulhern, did you have a comment before Supervisor Haschek's motion?
So, I appreciate that we're hearing this item today and we're able to get this closed off for the 18 months. I don't think it's a permanent solution. And I also do not think that we've been reactive as a government to responding to the needs of the Brook Trails community and the illegal dumping that's been occurring. So I did upload photos to e-comment so that the community can see and the Board of Supervisors can see the trash that was accumulating there. And I think I first became aware of and started having conversations back in February, and the initial intention from Director DeShiel was to close the road in February of 2023, which would have meant that all of that trash stayed in that area through the rainy season, which hopefully we'll have a rainy season. I appreciate, and I'm assuming Supervisor Haschak's work to get that road closed sooner, but I think we have other locations throughout our county where illegal dumping occurs, and our inability to be reactive as a government agency, whether that's closing a road or placing boulders in a turnout that is, regularly used, or coming up with some type of game camera strategy. I think it really will just continue to let these kind of problems occur. And we've been able to do some good work with the voucher program, and also the Caltrans and the Clean California bulky item collections, for instance, that happened in Covelo. There was a really great response for that. But I would like to see the Department of Transportation come up with a more proactive solution when we get community concerns like these, because I think that it doesn't serve our environment to just leave the trash for months or even years at a time. And that really concerns me. I would second Supervisor Hashak's motion to move forward with this particular road closure, but I don't think that this is a long-term strategy for the county.
Supervisor Hashak, would you like to state the motion?
Well, my motion is to adopt the resolution and have authorized the chair to sign the same.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I concur completely with what Supervisor Mulhern has to say as somebody who owns nearly a mile of Old River Road that is routinely dumped on. We don't seem to be finding, a good cure for this, and we're certainly trying. I see Sheriff Kendall is here today. I'd love a comment from him if he has any insight as to what we're not doing that maybe could help a little bit to help cure this problem.
Thank you. Chair Williams. Chair Williams and members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff. One of the issues that we're facing currently right now is that a lot of these places are becoming just basically locations to dump trash. Recently on the road that I live on a dirt road kind of in between Ukiah and Boonville, we had a pile of trash that sat in the middle of the road for about a week, and more people were going to pour more and more and more on it. Made several calls. I worked with Kent Stanley and Howard to be able to get a waste hauler out there to pick it up. Eventually, I know that some of the neighbors came in with trailers and hauled it off, but the fact is we aren't having enough success catching people dumping these things in these out-of-the-way areas. A lot of the times we'll see drywall scraps, things like that thrown down. Then the issue is, how do we get out there? When we've got 2 deputies who are patrolling, basically about 40% of the county in the north, 2 deputies patrolling roughly 30 to 35% on the coast, 2 deputies patrolling over here, we aren't having much success in catching these guys dumping it in the middle of the night. And then the other issue is, with a lot of the fines and fees that have been cut out of the court system, people are not being fined for these things. So are we going to go out and spend a bunch of time trying to chase those things down when somebody dumps a couch versus deal with the homicides, deal with these types of things? And until such time that our numbers come up, I've got to look at the biggest bang for the buck. Thank you.
So before you leave, Sheriff Kendall, is there anything creative that we can do to help in terms of, if we know specific areas, how easy is it to do photo surveillance or other techniques?
Photo surveillance is becoming much easier. There are several systems that are coming out right now that are in use across the United States, and there's basically these systems where we can share information in one cloud-based system between myself, Lake County, Sonoma County. It depends on who is in the system. They're coming down in price rapidly. The flock camera system that seems to be the preferred system across the West Coast is coming down to about, I believe it's $2,000 to $2,500 per camera system. We're looking at different ways that we could probably use this. It could be beneficial to us. The high impact drug trafficking grant that we get will help us with getting some of these things, but mostly that is used for drug trafficking. So we can look at it, we can try to put some things up. It's going to take some personnel to be able to deal with them, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've been to places in the world that have universal trash, like universal health care, you don't see trash anywhere on the streets because it's free to dispose. There's places to dump everywhere, almost every block. I think we've gone about trash all wrong. The cost is so high, we've created an incentive for people to claim they're hauling other people's trash and then back it down a dirt road. In a county that's 3,878 square miles, we're not going to be able to get enough cameras to surveil and catch the people who are dumping. So I fully support this item. I appreciate Supervisor Haschek and Director DeShield bringing it forward. But I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. We're not getting a handle on this problem. And I mean, even if we catch a few people and make an example, it won't put a dent in the overall problem that we spend more effort, more dollars on abatement than having a universal trash. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, there's 2 points to this that I'd like to make. One is that I agree that when we charge a lot for dumping, then some people will seek alternative means and dump it on the side of the road. And we saw that with the Covelo when the state came in and did the free dump days. Then, they had 6 days where people were lined up for hours on end to dump stuff from their home sites and from creek beds too. People were bringing it in, and it just showed that some people want to clean up their properties, their houses, where they live, and sometimes the money is an issue. The other one is the Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, or the Mendo Recycle, and when people, we've had some issues with the performance of Mendo Recycle lately. And when they cancel all the Hazmobile visits to everywhere outside of Ukiah, then that gives an incentive for people to not bring their Hazmo materials into Ukiah from Covelo or Wallala or wherever. And so that's one of those upstream solutions that we need to be looking at. How do we really fix a problem like that? Because, I hear it from people from Willits. Why isn't the Hazmobile here? Or Laytonville, it's all over. If we don't provide that service, then people are going to seek alternative means to deal with those issues, and those are hazardous materials. So I would certainly like to see something happen. I think we have representatives on that board.
Supervisor McGordy.
I'll defer to Supervisor
Mulhern.
Yeah, it's frustrating that I write every month in my supervisor's report that we're working on coming up with a new contract and alternative for MSWA. We have struggled through COVID with not only staffing and then losing the director. So I have been providing updates about that, and I hope that we are close to coming up with a solution for that agency. And I also wanted to just note for the board, because I absolutely understand that if you're not in the Ukiah area, it's been a struggle for the hazmat to reach those areas. So that board is trying to come up with a solution to be able to move forward. Also, our contract with our hauler includes 2 bulky item pickups. That if you're paying for garbage service, and I'm not sure about SWAL, but I know that Redwood Waste Solutions in the Ukiah area, and I think the other areas that they serve in the county, that is included in your service. And so they provide updates on their social media, and I shared that out on my Facebook page. I think it would be really great if the Department of Transportation could provide an update to the board through the CEO report like the other departments do, so that it can be well known throughout the community and amongst the board members that if we know somebody that has a couch that they're trying to get rid of or something, we can say, hey, there's this, that's part of your service that you're already being provided for. But I think that our struggle within this agency is a lack of communication, and the more that we can try to provide the information to the public so they understand what the resources are, I think that the better off we're all going to be. And of course, I know that the department is looking for more grants and working with the state and Caltrans for more bulky item days, but the any grant that's available for trash service, I think, is incredibly important. And just so the community knows, we did launch a pilot program with Mindo Recycle last year that covers the transfer station fees for illegal dump cleanups that are done by volunteers. And it's a very simple process where you just keep your receipts and get reimbursed if you are doing a volunteer cleanup. So we are trying to come up with some solutions, and I have written about those in my supervisor's report. So thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
If I could just add a little bit to what Supervisor Mulhern said. So Mindo Recycle, formerly known as Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, is a joint powers authority with the county and 3 of the cities, Fort Bragg, Willits, and Ukiah. And for most of its life, it really thrived under the leadership of Mike Sweeney, who was really passionate about the services of MSWA, and probably donated a substantial amount of his own time to the job beyond the regular 40-hour week. And after he left and retired, I noticed, I was never on the board, but I noticed from a distance that they were cycling through several general managers in a short amount of time. And so when Supervisor Hamburg left the Board of Supervisors and left the MSWA board, I went on to the board about 3 years ago. And was looking at it at that time. The MSWA board had a failed recruitment for general manager for what would have been the 4th manager since 3rd or 4th since Sweeney left, and had promoted a recently hired office manager as the general manager, and everybody hoped the best was going to work out. In the end, it just didn't work out. We were losing grants that were routine grants from the state that subsidizes these cleanup efforts, such as Hazardous, and services were being canceled pretty routinely. Like the Fort Bragg Hazardous would get canceled because staffing was short, someone would be on vacation, and then at the last minute, someone else declared sick, and they couldn't operate it. So then COVID hit, and there was an acceleration of people cleaning out their garages and cleaning out their houses and delivering things to the Hazardous. And at the same time, MSWA was losing staff and again, and sort of deficit spending. So for over a year now, we've looked off and on at hiring, just for full disclosure, CNS out of Ukiah, because we've no longer contracted with MSWA or Mindo Recycle to manage our garbage contracts. So that's no longer a function of MSWA. It's now strictly these cleanup projects, the Hazardous events, et cetera. And so there's really no conflict of interest for a garbage company to do these limited services, which they do in Lake County already. And so we're hoping to sign a contract possibly as soon as this month. We're waiting for the Ukiah City Attorney to finalize changes to bring to the board. And as soon as we can sign a contract, I'm hoping we'll get CNS on board fairly quickly to restart these services throughout the county. Because if we can stabilize the Hazardous services and the other core services of MSWA, we actually have this moment in time where we have the Clean California program from the state of California, where we could actually see significant improvement in the cleanup of these sites around the county. So, and I agree with all the other comments made earlier. I think we have a sort of a fundamental problem where the cost of disposal is high for many people, and it's not as convenient as it needs to be. And as a result, a small number of bad actors are polluting our county. And I think it's worth understanding what our options are to stop the illegal dumping, or at least, the vast majority of it.
In much of my district, the lack of CRV buyback and hazmat have has become more and more of a heated topic. And I think in one example, we had Department of Transportation trying to put together temporary sites that would be operating on a rotating basis so that our public would have a way to dispose. And I think the county actually got involved in preventing this from happening, claiming that permits were necessary and maybe it would violate our local coastal plan. I would like that to come back because I see it as an instance of the county getting in the way of the county's basic function of ensuring public health and safety. And if I have to bring it back, I will, but I would rather... Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I would support that. A report from, I think it would probably be coming both from Planning and Building and also from Department of Transportation, which has been assigned solid waste issues.
I appreciate that. Do we have at least a third? Yeah. Okay, so the majority is asking for it to come back. County Council.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could suggest, it's possible that this will end up being a non-issue or something easily resolved. If that's the case, would it be sufficient to include an update in the CEO's report?
Yeah, that's fine if you can get it done. My advice has been just do it, right? We need to dispose of hazmat. We can't be saying that's a code violation. I mean, what are we going to do, red tag ourselves? By the time we do the pace we move, the center will be moved. Motion on the floor. Not seeing any further discussion. Roll call.
Briefly, can I get a clear restatement of the directive?
I believe it was a recommended action.
Yes.
The direction, the directive, not the
Oh, I'm sorry.
motion. Yeah.
The direction is to have staff bring back any action necessary to allow DOT to operate temporary hazmat disposal stations. Director, are you okay with that?
And Howard Shield, Director of Transportation. I believe you mean CRV stations.
I'm sorry.
Hazmat is still a function of IMSWA.
Well, I would like to get approval for both the recycling and hazmat on a temporary rotating basis, and then we can decide how to implement. County Council.
I think you can include that in the scope of the item to discuss, and then if there is a need for action, you can then decide it at that time.
Okay. Clerk, are you good with that direction?
Yes.
Okay, roll call.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item 4B. This is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. Discussion and possible action to provide clarification that dead/hazardous vegetation removal is not development, and direction to planning and building services to deprioritize all related code enforcement. So the issue here is we have trees dying. This is especially a problem on the coast where coastal regulation, including our local coastal plan, has opened the door for a staff interpretation that removal of a dead tree is development and requires a permit. We have members of the public trying to do the right thing at their own expense, exercising personal responsibility and removing dead, hazardous, dying trees. We want this to happen. Most recently, I noted it during the Point Arena fire that we had dead vegetation right up against homes. It's awfully hard to defend a home when it doesn't have defensible clearing. A lot of those homeowners can't afford to go through our process, which in some cases can cost thousands of dollars to get the right to remove the vegetation. So, you know, I think this is on our county. It's not on, we can't point our finger at the Coastal Commission or the state of California. This is a local interpretation. And I think I want to recognize that our planning staff has been following county policy best they can. This is a matter that can only be solved by the Board of Supervisors. It is in fact a policy issue of do we want people to have to take out permits to remove dead vegetation? I equate it to asking Supervisor McGorty to take out a permit to mow his lawn. And there's so many other code violations that we should be working on, or trying to get houses onto our tax roll so that we have revenue to provide a COLA for our employees. I think it's time that we stop hassling people about dead trees. Supervisor McGorty.
So along the coast, the two species that are most involved are shore pine and bishop pine, and they have about 60 to 100-year life. And the last time that there really was a good cleanup, I guess there was a fire in 1906 that burned from Fort Bragg to Mendocino, and that cleaned up a lot of old dead trees. And since that time, there's been a lot of regeneration, and now those trees are going out. So it's nature for these things to die. They don't live forever. And the second thing is that my background in environmental horticulture, and especially when I served on the City of Ukiah's Parks and Rec Commission, the liability of dead trees and trees in general has a lot to do with how you deal with them. If you have a program, for instance, as an institution where you rate tree health and take out the ones that you think are risky, you're in a much better place than if the tree falls down and hits somebody or something, which now we're putting people in legal jeopardy as well. If a tree goes down from their yard into a neighbor's and does damage, then those people will become liable. So we don't want to be putting people in legal jeopardy as well. So I totally support the idea that there are probably more important things for our planning building services to do than require building permits to take down a tree. That's maintenance, that's not building.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I would like to hear what the planning and building staff have to say about this, but before they do, I just say that, it's not just a matter of taking the time of both county staff and members of the public to apply for these coastal development permits. I mean, they are several $1,000s for these coastal development permits. It's a pretty comprehensive permit program that we offer. And it really seems like it's more appropriate for what most of us would consider development for a fee of that kind, and the time that's involved to not to have such a comprehensive review and expense and diversion of county planning staff time to these tree permits, which could better be used, I think, focusing on people's permit applications for a house or an addition or a remodel, where time is of the essence for the applicants. So anyway, so those are my thoughts, but I'd like to hear what planning and building have to say.
Supervisor Haschek, and then we can go to planning and building.
Well, I too would like to hear what they have to say, but I've been conducting these meetings of a tree mortality task force, and to see the scope of what we're dealing with as far as tree mortality, and it's inland, but it's also happening on the coast too. And so, we've got the fires, we've got the drought, we've got the climate change, we've got the Ips beetles that are all attacking these trees by the thousands. And so we've got huge issues on our hands. And certainly if there's a couple trees that need to be removed, we got to do what's appropriate for safety and health. And I think this, I saw the comment from Michael Katz, is I think this also applies to the cannabis program with the veg mod issues that we've been seeing too. And so I'd like to have that considered along with this.
Planning and building.
Thank you, supervisors. Good morning, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I do have some concerns with the item in terms of just, allowing dead and hazardous vegetation to be removed without any type of review. The local coastal program, the county's local coastal program, does include a definition of major vegetation removal, which is included within the definition of development, both in county regulations as well as the Coastal Act. And so it does not differentiate right now between dead trees or living trees. And one of my concerns also relates to the fact that a lot of the trees that are dying off in the coastal zone right now happen to be part of the Northern Bishop Pine Forest, which is a rare plant community that is protected and underneath our code is treated as an environmentally sensitive habitat area. So meaning if you were to remove any of those trees, you would be going through a coastal development permit, likely requiring some level of replanting or revegetation. And then also, I just want to note, while I'm not a scientist, I do hear, and you can read, there is plenty of literature out there as well of the important habitat that dead trees can also provide to wildlife species. And part of sort of that cycle, they provide food habitat. You see they also provide nesting habitat for creatures, raptors, as well as the northern spotted owl. So it's not quite such a cut and dry issue that I think can be addressed with just saying that they're not qualified as development. I think if the board wanted to address this, it would really need to be done through an ordinance of some sort, whether that's an urgency ordinance or a regular ordinance, but there has to be some rails put on this to ensure also that you're not causing unintended consequences in the coastal zone. And, some of that relates to, ensuring that the trees that are being removed are actually dead, dying, diseased, or hazardous, that there's proper mitigations utilized. Some of these trees may be located in wetland areas, riparian corridors, or in environmentally sensitive habitat areas. And then also ensuring that we're being responsible to upholding our duties underneath the Coastal Act for having a certified local coastal program. I do have with me in the room today representatives from code enforcement that can talk more about some of those concerns that may come from an enforcement perspective in terms of deprioritization. Noting that the board has directed us to have priorities in code enforcement, and the second of those is environmental degradation. And I think as much as you may hear from constituents about concerns about the permitting process, we equally hear complaints about trees that have been removed within the coastal zone, and concerns from neighbors, environmentalists, or just concerned citizens that are driving by. The other item I just want to note is that, there has been discussion before, and this might be another prime time to start thinking about that, is the need for a fire marshal within this county. I do have with me in the room here our chief building official, Mike Oliphant, if there's any questions to talk about that. The last item I'll note is that there could also be the consideration of reducing permitting costs for when there's a permit associated with tree removal activities. But I just do want to caution that would be then have that the department would not be getting full cost recovery for those permits. Some of these permits are actually some of the more involved, because if you're removing environmentally sensitive habitat areas, typically we're having to do quite a bit more analysis in order to be able to support that permitting approval. And then finally, noting that on today's consent calendar, the board did approve the submittal of the local coastal program grant to the California Coastal Commission. And one of the items that we intend to address within there is looking at the way we define major vegetation removal and trying to create, whether it's a streamlined permitting process or standard recommendations to address the removal of dead, dying, diseased, or hazardous trees as part of that. That's not going to be an immediate fix, but that would be something that would be coming through. The funds would have to be utilized by 2026 if we are awarded by the Coastal Commission. So that concludes my comments, and we are happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so thank you, Director Krog, for that. And I am curious to hear what others in your department have to say. So just some thoughts on that. Amending the code, at least in the coastal zone, really is involved in that LCP update that you're talking about, which is a multiple year process. And I think we're attempting to figure out something that's at a minimum in the interim, and maybe gets refined further with the LCP update, but not postponed until 3-4 years from now when that LCP update is approved by the Coastal Commission after it's gone through our extensive review locally. So along those lines, we've talked about the fact that the Planning and Building Department has, for decades, had memos that were maybe written by a chief planner and approved by the planning director that provides instruction that is maybe in greater detail than the code would have as to how staff is to perform certain functions. So there's consistency from one staff member to the next. Maybe this would be something that could be developed through that process with input from the board in terms of deprioritizing. And just thinking aloud here, maybe until the code is amended, the deprioritization process might involve a memo that said that if someone was, let's say, investigated for cutting down dead and dying trees without a permit, that the appeal process for that would be documentation to the department that the trees were dead and dying, and could be photographic evidence, and that standard minimum mitigations were met. And I'm not a scientist here, so I'm not the one to recommend what that would be. But if if leaving some fraction of the woody biomass on the site for decomposition, for habitat, I don't know, 10, 20% of the tree, whatever the scientists might recommend, that people might kind of understand that that's sort of getting forgiveness because they didn't get permission. But so long as they met these minimum requirements. And I think that seems like an alternative until the code can be amended, when maybe there's a slightly more comprehensive or something similar established through code, simply by deprioritizing the code enforcement. So long as these minimum requirements were met, there would be no further pursuit by the county for fines or requirement for a permit. Those are just my thoughts.
Supervisor McGordy.
So kind of building on that, there's a couple issues. First of all these trees are not equal in terms of their hazard. And I think when we talk about hazardous trees as arboriculturists, we think about what's the target zone if the thing comes down. And I think if the target zone is a place where people park their cars or a house or where people recreate, that shouldn't be an issue. It's probably not a place where a spotted owl is going to light. I can't say that without certainty, but I don't think that trees that are in places of high value for human habitat that are dead are nearly, they're more of a concern than something that might be out, say, away from the house in a more forest-like setting. A couple other things to think about this is, since Director Krog brought up the issue of sensitive species habitat, is that this is probably a fire climax tree, which means it has to burn. The forest type has to burn for regeneration. We know that. We know that you don't recruit new trees unless the overstory is completely eliminated. So I don't think we're going to be setting things on fire to get these things to regenerate. I doubt that that's an option in a lot of places, given kind of the way that the coast has been built, especially in the Fort Bragg to Mendocino corridor. So we have to take that into consideration. So from my point of view, I kind of like what Supervisor Jurdy said about kind of a self-attestment on this. Take pictures before you cut it down. If it's a tree that truly is hazardous to habitation, then that's a real different category than if you decide to clear cut an area just because there's a bunch of dead trees. So I don't know where our compromise is, but that's one that's, I think, reasonable.
I'm with you. Zooming out a little, what I see is for generations people moved to this county and they built houses, or they paid somebody to build a house, and they weren't complaining about a housing shortage. If they needed another house, they would build one. And something has happened where we are now looking at a finite housing stock because it's so difficult to build. And rather than recognizing this is a policymaker problem, government created the housing shortage with regulation that's so onerous that developers just stop building here. They build places like Texas where they can get out there and construct. And here's an extreme example where we're now talking about people who already live in houses in our county don't have the right to remove a dead tree that may fall on their house, or a dead tree that may fall on a neighboring kid, creating a financial liability for them. They're trying to do the right thing, and we're saying, as government, we're not going to let you unless you can put out thousands of dollars because of sensitive habitat. Well, the sensitive habitat won't be preserved if it burns, and that's what we're seeing, right? Jenner, right up against the coast. Point Arena, right up against the coast. Bluff Top. And those trees shouldn't be there. A lot of those property owners would exercise personal responsibility. They simply can't afford to go through our process. They can't afford it in dollars, and they can't afford it in aggravation. And it's tough because I work here, right? And I want to promote the county. But I think our policies are out of line with the people. Government works when the people consent to be governed. I don't think people in this county consent to these types of rules. If there's a dead tree in your yard, you should have the right to remove the dead tree. And if you get out there with a bulldozer in a wetland and you clear a flat, yeah, that's a violation, and we need to address it. That's code enforcement needs to do a site visit. But somebody that's removed 2 dead trees from their driveway next to their house, what are we doing getting involved? And so I don't want to see a coastal development permit required. I also don't want to see a survey. I don't want to see any back and forth with the county. I want to trust my neighbors to do the right thing. Planning and Building.
Thank you. I just wanted to also add to this conversation that something that I have been suggesting be completed for quite some time, and it wouldn't necessarily be County Planning and Building Services to complete that, is there is the ability for folks to apply for a programmatic coastal development permit. Maybe that's an outside agency such as the RCD that could apply to essentially establish a program for vegetation management within the coastal zone. And if you fall in line with those recommendations, so that would be where it, kind of have like an if then, if you have this type of resource, then this is how you conduct the tree removal and any required mitigations that may be part of that. So that's something that I'm still supportive of. I think it would be a great program to set up. It is not something that Planning and Building Services would run forward because we are the regulator in this instance. But that could be a way to address vegetation management. And I know, like Pacific Gas and Electric, who is doing a huge amount of vegetation management activities within our county. They are currently in the process of working on a statewide programmatic coastal development permit to address all of their vegetation management activities in coastal jurisdictions throughout the state. So, that is an option that is also available to try to address this without, kind of interpreting sections of the code. And I do have some concerns with doing an interpretation, as this is a definition that we're talking about and not necessarily, a use classification where the director does have some level of authority there.
So Director Krog, do you see another way to achieve the result I'm looking for? I'm looking for government to stop intruding. If somebody needs to remove a couple dead trees, they're already dead, hands off. And if RCD would be a helping hand to advise them about best practices and how to create the least impact, I could support that. What I don't want to do is come up with a coastal development permit light. I think that role of government here is to be hands off, let people take care of their homesteads. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know you had posed a question to Director Krog. Did you want to get her response first, or?
Yeah, you looked like you had some urgency.
No,
okay.
I can wait.
Director Krog.
Thank you. So I think really for myself and for our code enforcement team, I would want to see the board adopt an urgency ordinance or something along those lines to provide that type of direction, because I don't feel that I, as the director, have the authority to be able to make that interpretation to not require a permit. And then also, I really do recommend that the board put some level of sort of guidelines or rails around what you're proposing. We see it all the time. Folks say that they removed the trees that were dead and dying, but lo and behold, they now have a spectacular ocean view, and we can't verify whether or not those trees were actually dead or dying. So there needs to be some level of protections put in to ensure that what is being removed in terms of coastal resources is being removed in conformance with any direction received from the board.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of process wise, I think there's a few options for the board. One thing that Supervisor Jurdy had mentioned is the possibility of an amendment to the local coastal plan. That is a slow process. That is something that may be appropriate long term. In terms of sort of short-term fixes, we can look at the extent to which the director has the authority to make appropriate interpretations here. One complication is that because this isn't just a legislative act of the board, it's also one of the Coastal Commission. So we need to find some concurrence from them. But the board could certainly, start that process and look at deprioritizing certain, safety-related tree removals in the short term. But one thing that Supervisor Hashak had mentioned that I think, and I think this ties into what Director Krog mentioned as well, is if there is going to be some sort of declared emergency with respect to tree issues, the fire risk, et cetera, that actually changes some of the standing with respect to the board's authority and what may be appropriate for an urgency ordinance in terms of short-term regulation. And if the board would like to direct, we could take a look at that. I think we need to see whether a declaration of emergency does happen and whether that's appropriate. But if it does, we could potentially look at something that might meet the criteria that Director Krog is talking about, exercising the board's emergency authorities to have certain interim measures while longer-term proposals are moving forward.
I appreciate that. I would personally like to put this to a vote today so that we can see where the board stands, but I understand staff may come back with a cleanup item. Supervisor McGordy.
So we may be talking about a couple of different things. Again, as I talk about a hazardous tree, it's what's in the potential fall zone of the tree, which means it's probably close to a structure. When Director Krog is talking about people clearing out trees to get an ocean view, that's something quite different. So there you can see why there may be a need for more regulations, but in this case, we're talking about trees that are in close to human habitat where it could be potentially dangerous to people in the area, which is quite different. And we need to sort that out so that we don't end up with something that still remains very difficult for us to enforce and to also implement.
I would argue that if the trees are dead, even if it creates more of an ocean view, that's still not our role. A dead tree can be hazardous. If you have people below that dead tree, we're talking about ocean view. I imagine these trees are near the bluffs. A dead tree on the bluff is inviting a personal injury.
Well, that's true, and if you're out there and it's windy, limbs come down. I see that on my own place. I have cottonwoods that have reached their age limit. They're up there a good 70, 80 feet, and when one of those things comes down, it's quite an explosion in terms of wood fragments all over. And they do come down in windstorms. So again, what's the target underneath? How likely is someone going to be hurt? And what are the expectations really for stewardship that both the county and the state want for these areas? I think is the question we're being asked here.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Yes, well, I am working on this declaration of emergency for the tree mortality issue. And if I understand County Council correctly, then if we did pass this declaration of emergency in the resolution, then it would give us more ability to act upon it.
Yeah, I need to, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies, if I may respond. So I need to look at that a little bit more to be able to tell you exactly how it varies. But when you do have a declared emergency, there are more powers to be able to take measures in the short term. I can't tell you off the top of my head what all of those are going to be at this moment, but that's certainly something we could take a look at and bring back to this board.
All right, let's go to public comment. Any public comment in the room?
Good morning, Board. Carrie Shattuck. I completely agree with what you're saying, Williams, because I've lived in rural areas out in Potter Valley on the east side. The amount of dead trees is amazing. I drove out toward Lake Pillsbury this summer and hadn't been out there for a couple of years, and just the amount of trees that are dead and, they're just waiting for fire. I think it's really important that we get rid of a lot of these dead trees in our county. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chantal Simon Pietri. Hi to those of us who were here yesterday. We're back again. It's interesting to hear the conversation and hear the different solutions that are coming about, hearing about a potential urgency ordinance related to tree mortality, issues, complexities with coastal commission jurisdiction, and then the long-standing debate regarding vegetation modification in the cannabis industry and ramifications for permit issuance. And this ties in also to item 4D, I believe is the numeric on it, discussing the appeals process, which we'll talk about again after the break. My comment, I come across, for those of you that aren't aware, I'm a private environmental compliance consultant in Mendocino County. My background is in law and hydrology, and I've worked in environmental management for about 25 years in different jurisdictions across the U.S. and in Mendocino County for about 20 years now, and particularly in the cannabis industry for the last 7. In participating in the long conversation regarding vegetation modification in the cannabis industry, it seems like the conversation has gone far away from something that's reasonable and practical, efficient, or clear. And I would recommend that this conversation result in policies that have parity across the county, regardless of jurisdictional differences, whether the county coastal commission is involved or whether it is a cannabis industry related issue, that regardless of industry, residential status, location in the county, that the policies that are put forward, also regardless of species and sensitive habitat conditions, because there's sensitive habitat communities of different types, of different forest sectors all around the county, that we have different coastal versus inland type of botany. So that the recommendation that I make is that there be parity across location and parity across industry, that there not be any sort of special prioritization or special treatment of a residential owner choosing to make decisions on their land related to fire safety or tree removal equal to whether or not it is something that's related to cannabis. And I also recommend that there be sort of a bifurcation of review or bifurcation of approach, that this is something that Director Krog was speaking to, that there being a major and a minor approach, and I recommend something similar for that for the cultivation industry, and again, parity regardless of what the industry is, that if there's a standard of a DBH, diameter at breast height, would be a recommendation that regardless of what tree species or location or density or motivation for the removal, dead, diseased, and dying, different from living, but that at a certain minimum DBH, below that DBH, that the removal be allowed without any sort of review, so that it can enable people to take action that they need to take. And generally, if they're smaller diameter at breast height trees, then they're also not needing to bring in any sort of a logger or a feller that has to do any sort of higher level removal. That's all for now. I'll keep to my time. Thank you.
So I somewhat agree with that comment, but I do see there is a difference between protecting life safety and fire safety of a home and a for-profit endeavor. And so what we're talking about is the right of an individual to remove a dead tree or a hazardous tree to protect themselves, to protect their family, to protect the public. I see that as different than the right to cut a quarter acre of forest to bring in more sun to a cannabis farm. And the parity I would create is you can't clear forest land to grow cannabis. You also can't clear forest land to grow grapes or blueberries or any other for-profit crop. The difficulty I think we're having with the vegetation management is the environmental document wasn't well written and an ordinance wasn't well constructed. And some of us worked hard to provide a better ordinance that we thought would allow these special case considerations, like 2 trees along a road that maybe CDF wants removed to have adequate turnaround for fire safety. So just so you know, I support making a modification that's reasonable to the existing policy if you can find a way to do it. We've had this circular conversation, and the problem is the environmental document that we have to live with and the way CDFW is likely to interpret it don't give the board the latitude to unilaterally say we're going to exempt a few trees here and there removed on cannabis farms. If you can find a way to legally do it, you'll have my support. I don't care about 2 or 3, especially dead trees or hazardous trees or trees blocking fire safety being removed. But I also have staff telling us, we have people when they look at the satellite image who have cleared forest land, and they're now growing in that space. Their cannabis farm is now in a large tract that was forest. There's no way, I don't think there's any way this board is going to condone that practice. I don't think CDFW would let us.
Can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak more about it. Quick on the draw, this is the fun part about public comment. I come back to a simplification and a recommendation. This was something that was discussed yesterday in the General Governance Committee meeting, that related to cannabis cultivation, there is a rule of prohibition on removal, and then there is an exception. And can we please have a clear, reasonable, fair delineation of how to qualify for that exception? with specific language, and a process that is not retroactive in requiring of proof. The suggestion of photographic and evidence, basically being the landowner documents that was just suggested for residential homeownership. I understand it's a complex one to answer. Basically, I would say have parity in the proof that is required, regardless of the intent that you perceive that the person may have done the removal for. When the board is in the position of trying to attribute intent from their position, I think that's a really tenuous position to be in. And I've had conversations with Ms. Mulherin about this directly as well. I think that there are other parameters in place that will address the egregious removal in the cannabis industry through the sensitive species and habitat review. And that's one response to that the tree removal exemption delineation can be specific to where people can move forward receiving their permits without being held up in the process, and we can still have reasonable policy. And we don't need to create the exemption to be so narrow to catch the broad group of actors that are getting caught in it right now. We can make it to be functional and easy to roll out, and trust in the SSHR review process, including the performance standards review, whether it's referred out to DFW or not, to be able to catch those egregious actors and result in their denial, and then they can go through the appeals process. Coming back to, there's another element of it that slipped out, so let's leave it with that.
I do think general government is the best place to have the discussion. I look forward to the committee bringing back a reasonable proposal. I'm likely to support it.
I have one more totally off-the-wall request. This is really hard to speak to and see Ms. Mulherin. If you want to talk where you can put your face to the microphone, I can't see her. And the point of being able to come back in person is to be able to address you all eye to eye. The second request is that as the speaker, it'd be great to be able to see whatever Board of Supervisor is attending remotely, regardless of what the timer is showing. So I know there's some IT considerations of how you can manage that, but it's hard to not be able to read Mr. Jurdy's facial responses while somebody is giving any sort of comment that they're giving. Yeah. Just in order to increase good dialogue back and forth and make the comment be as meaningful as possible.
Good points.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, online we have a number ending in 5225. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Hannah Nelson. Thank you for the comments. And I'm just going to encourage the continued dialogue at the General Government Committee regarding parity with respect to tree removal. But just as the last speaker indicated, you know, the MND for the cannabis cultivation permits actually does support the removal of trees and the language in the ordinance is, you know, if necessary to address safety or disease concerns. So it's kind of two separate issues with regards to, did they do it for purposes of developing the cultivation site, not whether after the fact they use it for cultivation. And so that's one thing I hope that Supervisor Williams, you'll consider, is that sometimes with these blights that are going on in the disease and fires and everything else, that sometimes there are dead trees or severely diseased or dangerous trees that need to be removed. And that there shouldn't necessarily be a presumption that just because they were removed and then used for cultivation, that the intent was to develop it. At any rate, I do think that these issues are going to be addressed at the General Government Committee, but I very much support what Chantel said regarding the notion of separating out kind of almost like a screening tool and a shift in presumptions or a level of evidence that is then required at a certain point if certain evidence is provided or known to the county. And the difficulty is that we are applying these rules 5.5 years later in some cases, and that's really the context that we need to remember. I think it's very easy for us to figure out what's needed to prove what going forward. It's really when we're going back after the fact and saying, hey, you have to prove this by this standard or by these specific means, when nobody was ever told that they would have to do it in that particular way. At any rate, the larger point of sorting with a breast height or different processes, it's all the same issues. And parity is something that is important to look at, as well as context, and particularly given that the MND specifically does support, as the ordinance indicates, a distinction for removal for safety and disease concerns, and it's worded in a particular way that allows for, I think, a greater level of common sense than is sometimes attributed to it.
Hannah, thank you. I would appreciate if we didn't turn this into a cannabis item, though. It's not related to cannabis in any way. And
yeah, I wasn't intending to. It's just the last comment that I heard.
I know, but I think we should try to get back to the item at hand. The place for the cannabis discussion is a general government committee, and I will likely support the recommendations that they reach, but we can't be pulling cannabis into non-cannabis items.
I hear you completely, and I really wasn't going to speak on this item at all. It was just that Chantal said something, and then you said something, so thank you for the time.
All right, not seeing any more public comment, it's back to the board. Planning and building.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to add a couple additional comments that I think I didn't quite address during our comments originally. I think it's important to note, for talking about allowing removal of dead, dying, and diseased trees, that for some property owners that may be within appeal jurisdiction to the California Coastal Commission, we have experienced in the past where the commission may appeal a project feeling that the local agency did not address all of the development, whether that was what they perceive as unpermitted development in the past. So that is something just to keep in mind, that if we allow removal outside of something that the commission is in agreement with, then we could be putting property owners in the situation where they're going to have to address those after the fact tree removals with the California Coastal Commission on an appeal. Additionally, I just want to make sure that the board is aware that the Coastal Commission does have the authority to enforce violations within our county with or without the support of planning and building services. So they have done that before, where they will go forward if they feel we're not adequately addressing a violation that they have seen, and go ahead and pursue the matter themselves. They also do hold the authority, this would be of course in a very extreme situation, to actually revoke our local coastal program if they feel that we are not upholding the Coastal Act. So these are the concerns that I really have in talking about doing something that in my mind is outside of what I have typically, in my conversations with the commission, they have historically felt that dead trees do still provide important habitat, as well as are considered when you're, looking at major vegetation removal and our specific definitions of major vegetation removal. So again, though, I want to be supportive of allowing some level of dead and hazardous vegetation removal, but I really do think that the board has to be cautious and ensure that there is some level of review and appropriate documentation to support those removals and decisions.
Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Hashak is working on an urgency ordinance, and he and I have spoken about it prior to today's meeting. Perhaps it'd be appropriate if the two of us could meet with county staff, and I would invite county staff to bring in any arborists or other tree experts to be a part of a meeting like that as we meet with county council to look at an urgency ordinance.
Supervisor McGordy.
So this is a question for Director Krog. Do you feel that hazardous trees are in a different category, where we're talking about something that's close to human habitation, and would that be one that you'd be less concerned about as opposed to people taking trees out of a more distant landscape that's not close to habitation?
Yes, I mean, I think certainly when we look, so I'll just back up and talk about what our process is now. When somebody wants to remove trees within the coastal zone, we send them what we call a major vegetation removal questionnaire. They respond with the number of trees they're removing, their size and diameter at breast height, where they're located, including a plot plan. And that allows us to evaluate whether or not, you know, the removal of one tree that may be hazardous to a home is reaching that level of major vegetation removal or not. And oftentimes, you know, the removal of a single tree or a couple trees is not going to rise to that level. Where we run into issues are people that want to cut down, you know, more than 10 trees or 15 trees that would qualify as major vegetation removal, or in the instance of some of the areas that Supervisor Williams was referencing on the coast, on the south coast, those are northern Bishop pine forest. And so we cannot authorize the removal of an environmentally sensitive habitat area. So, you know, I do think that hazardous trees can fall in a different category and are less concerning to me when they have the potential to fall on a home or an accessory structure, something along those lines. But again, I think there also has to be some sort of parameters or you know, restrictions placed on that, because otherwise, you know, people can argue, well, it would be hazardous if I'm walking down the road and there's a limb that could fall on me. So there has to be some sort of guidance to the department also when we're doing enforcement, because absent that, it would be, you know, what we never like to do is could be perceived as selective enforcement.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about the county itself with Bower Park and Wallala, where we took down several hundred trees that were hazardous to people. Is that a violation of the coastal permitting process?
I can't say at this time. I would have to look further into that. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Did we take out a CDP for Bower Park?
I don't believe that a CDP was processed with planning and building services for any.
So the county took hundreds of trees without a CDP, but if a homeowner takes out a few trees, they're in violation? Sounds like a double standard. And Julia, Director Krog, I know you probably have some heartburn about this item, and you have all the right reasons, and I understand technically the situation this creates, and that Coastal could come down here, and I don't know if Coastal has their own police. They could take some action against some of our residents. My issue is Coastal Commission just got $750 million, and I have county employees that are sleeping in their cars. And something is out of whack here. I mean, we have homeless encampments that we can't clean up in this county, but we're going to spend public dollars having people from Eureka drive down to investigate whether somebody removed a hazardous tree from their backyard. It's just not right. So I think technically you are trying to keep us to the book, and I appreciate that. As an elected official, I think this is bad policy. It's not that the people are wrong because of the LCP. The LCP is wrong. And I support fixing it. I know we're getting a grant to fix it, but like as Supervisor Jurdy said, I don't think we can wait 3 or 4 years. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, Supervisor Jurdy and I are going to bring forward this declaration of emergency, and I think his proposal is a good one for us to meet with the Planning and Building Services staff and some arborists, some people who are on the ground seeing these problems, and try to figure out a way forward. Because, you know, obviously if there's a health and safety concern, we want to deal with it. But at the same time, I don't think we're in a position to just give carte blanche to everyone. So I would like to move forward with an ad hoc on this issue.
I would appreciate putting it to a vote with a plan to work with staff to clean it up as necessary based on the emergency has the emergency been declared by the CEO?
No, not at this
time.
time.
Okay, so when it's declared, I'd like to see it come back for cleanup. You want me to, are you willing to make my motion, or do you want me to hand you the gavel? All right. I move the recommended action.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded for the recommended action. Any further discussion by the board? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'll probably vote no on it because I think it needs to be really worked through. And I think that just doing the recommended action is a little too much, hands off, carte blanche. And I would like to have discussions to really figure it out.
Yeah.
So, Ted?
Yeah, so I generally I would support that approach. The concern I have is this has been a multi-year problem. Point Arena fire, we had fire in a place it shouldn't have been. We had trees up against houses. We can't afford to go through that again. We had code enforcement send massive fine. Was it 6,000 or 10,000 to an ag owner? He had trees that were dead falling on his livestock. Ag parcel, livestock. We knew that these trees were dead. In fact, our county ag was monitoring them. I think in the end we let him out of it, right? But we put somebody through so much stress that they're leaving our county not wanting to do business here as a result. I have several other property owners that don't want to be mentioned that have come forward. I have one on the south coast that it's the neighbor that's upset because there's a tree that's creating a hazard for them personally. And the property owner says, well, the county won't let me, and I can't afford to go through the process. So I'm at I feel like we're at a breaking point where we need to say, this has got to stop. And then we go rework the policy. It can't be an open-ended, we're going to work on LCP or a new process. That comes second. First thing is to stop this nonsense. It's too much.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. So I seconded Supervisor Williams' motion because it sounded to me as if Supervisors Jardy and Hashak and the CEO's office were going to be moving something forward fairly quickly, and I just would like to see the two items come back together. So that is why I seconded the motion. I do understand that there's more work to do. I do understand that the planning department has concerns. I think that we've heard that, but I also think that there is a real need to stop kicking this can down the road and try to figure out how we move our county forward to deal with trees that are standing dead on people's properties.
Supervisor Jardy.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that these two approaches can work in tandem, and I just want to go to County Council for clarification. I don't think it's the intent of this motion to create any kind of administrative or legal problems for the county, but I just want to make sure that that's not likely. So if we give this motion today and we're looking for the urgency ordinance to come back as soon as possible, does County Council see any significant problem with someone saying, okay, the board voted on October 18th to deprioritize this. I went ahead and did something based on that action by the board, even though there was no plan at that time to implement the deprioritization or what exactly that meant. Does the County Council foresee any significant legal problems for the county?
County Council?
It's a little bit hard to say exactly what may or may not come out of that. The request here is a bit ambiguous in terms of the deprioritization. And I think Planning and Building had brought up some questions regarding essentially how broad that might be and would there be some potential conditions related to it. Deprioritizing does not mean that it becomes legal. It just means that this is not the top of the code enforcement priority list. And there, from a legal standpoint, there's nothing that would prevent code enforcement from going ahead and enforcing if they didn't, in fact, determine that someone was in violation and it's appropriate to proceed. It's just telling them essentially, we don't consider this to be one of the top two items on the list, whatever. I think, and I'm sorry, I'm sort of giving a bit of a vague response here as well, just because I'm not sure that I can assess exactly what the potential risks would be. I think it's better to have something clear in a final ordinance. I think in terms of the direction you've got at the moment, I don't think that it's going to prevent enforcement, and I don't know that I would foresee an immediate legal challenge before something might be able to come back.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think you have a public comment he's been trying to get in from a number ending in 1521 on Zoom.
Shall I go ahead and take that call? Okay. So
it's having trouble.
Let's take a comment from Planning and Building Services at this time.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of echo what Council Curtis was saying as well. I think right now the recommended action for me is a little bit ambiguous in terms of, it seems to be doing two parts. One, it's saying that dead and hazardous vegetation without a clear kind of definition of what that actually includes would not be considered development, which would mean then it would not be subject to a CDP. So then the deprioritization of enforcement doesn't quite work in concert with that, because if it's not development, then it would not be a violation and something that we would actually enforce. So my request would be that the board kind of defer taking action on this until there is the tree mortality declaration and possible additional discussion regarding an urgency ordinance or some type of guidance to be provided, so that way our office can enforce or not enforce in consistent with that direction.
Thank you. So is there someone?
We're going to pull the person in one more time. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello? Hi, my name is Greg Nomovich. I own some property in Iverson Court in Mendocino County. I've been trying to reasonably deal with dead trees. I am the last lot in a development. I've got homes that are all around my property, and these bishop pines have started to die over the last 5 years, and they're dying all over the coast, and we have to address that from the fire hazard and the falling over of those trees. And some have fallen on my neighbor's property, some are about to fall, some are about to hit water towers, and I've been trying to address this since March. But I really can't afford a permit of $2,700 to take down some dead trees. I mean, I have limited. It's going to cost me enough to take down the trees of probably in the neighborhood of $6,000 or $7,000, then another $2,000 or $3,000 on top of that. I mean, the Coastal Commission, I thought, was supportive of taking down these dead trees where they're going to affect other property owners and other property structures and potentially falling on somebody in their own yard, or somebody running through my piece of property in a development, and some kids playing. I know they go play in it, and tree falling down on them. I mean, and what happens if a fire whips through into that 2 acre? I have 2 acres there. Now, I've submitted the arborist report that was dead, and there's a report that's on file there, and the trees are dead. I only want to take down the trees that are dead. I don't want to take down any more trees. And the problem is, the boars have gotten into them, and if we don't take down the trees, the rest of the trees are going to die, and hopefully we get some rain this winter. I mean, it seems rather logical to me to address the problem, and you can't kick the can down the road anymore. And then is the county the rest liable if there's a fire there this winter? I'm not liable. I've been trying. I've got documentation. So tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your comments. Any further discussion?
Thank you. I have a question for Director Krog. After hearing the discussion today, not knowing much about the agenda item before it was coming over, and then the discussion about the work that Supervisors Hashek and Jurdy are working on, it seems to me that it would be much more efficient to have both items come back together, but I think what I heard you say is that you wanted to do one and then the other. Can you help me understand what I'm missing?
Oh, no, my apologies. I would like to see them come back together. What I don't want to see is that there be action taken at this time and have essentially an interim period between when the work that Supervisors Jurdy and Hashak are working on comes back, because I think it's going to be important to look at this holistically. And I just see concerns with having sort of an interim period here. And for me, at least, it's unclear if the recommended action is taken at this time as to what that means for our department during this interim period and enforcement.
Well, what's the pleasure of the board? What do you want to do? We can take a vote. We can discuss it some more.
I understand the concern staff has, but I'm elected not by staff, I'm elected by the people, and I see that the people are in a very difficult situation in terms of life safety. I think that's the higher priority, and there's a way to clean this up. So I'm sticking with, I would like to pass the motion, and I would like it to come back with further cleanup. And I don't want that further cleanup to include a new process with a new fee. I don't want to hear that now instead of $2,700, it's $1,300. I think the answer is it's $0. It's personal responsibility. It's a dead tree. It's next to somebody's house. They can remove it. And could they create some environmental damage? Certainly. This county is creating environmental damage. We allowed a fire. We've allowed multiple fires because we made the process so difficult for people to do what they should do and remove dead vegetation around structures.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with you. I see a short-term and a long-term process here, and I am keenly interested in an emergency ordinance on tree mortality, because on the greater landscape scale, that is a big issue. What we're talking about here is somebody's home where they walk out every day, where if a limb comes down, it can do serious damage to somebody or their property. And so I'm guessing that the work that Supervisors Jurdy and Hashtag want to do is going to take some time. I don't think that's going to be a quick turnaround. And in the interim, we're headed into winter. There'll be winds, there'll be storms, and the possibility of damage to somebody or something with a dead tree in close is high. And that's why I'm inclined to want to support this motion.
We call the question.
Okay, let's call the question.
So I'm going to clarify. I have the recommended action and direct that an item from Planning and Building Services come back at a future meeting regarding further cleanup of the process. Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see the chair back to Supervisor
All right,
Williams.
I think that was our last item before closed session. CEO Antle.
Chair Williams, we are pulling item 6F from closed session.
Okay. So we're going to adjourn to a closed session working lunch to hear items 6A through 6E. And we should be back no sooner than 1:30? CEO until 1:30? Yeah.
Their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants, which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr,
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
this would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Ini manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
Ami yo गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate to get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mir ja.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Hindi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
नमस्ते, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
You do what it takes to protect your child. Get your child vaccinated before school starts. Immunizations are required to attend childcare, pre-K, public, and private schools. Contact your child's healthcare provider or a health clinic to make an appointment today. To find a provider, scan the QR code for a directory or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/health provider list. A message from Mendocino County Public Health.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. Idi manandarki sadyam. A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
Session on item 6B, the board voted unanimously to initiate an action, and that the action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. And on 6D, the board voted unanimously to direct staff to make an offer. The name of the candidate will be available upon inquiry if the offer is accepted. We're on item 4D, discussion and possible action, including 1, adoption of a resolution approving and adopting an amendment to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements for amendments to Chapter 10A17 of the Mendocino County Code to establish an appeals process and define department as the Cannabis Department, and 2, introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10A17 Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance to establish an appeals process and define department as the Cannabis Department. Sponsor is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, before we go to this item, I just want to make sure that we've clarified for the record that there was no reportable action on the other closed session items.
Thank you very much. On items not previously listed, there was no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board had previously considered the possibility of creating an appeals process for the permit denials through the Cannabis Department. This is a bit of an unusual process. Typically, we don't have appeals for ministerial permits. On the other hand, obviously this one has a number of unusual elements to it. Based on the board's input at that time in our work with outside counsel, we prepared the draft that you'll see attached to your agenda packet. Do we have Mr. Kudrowski able to join us? Could we bring him in? Thank you. For the process itself, what we've used as a model is the appeals process that exists currently, both for, hybrid between 2 of our existing appeals process. One is code enforcement violation appeals and the mechanisms that we've had there for an administrative hearing process, and the other is the tax appeals, which also use the hearing officer model, but have been broken into a 2-part process in an effort to try and minimize the fees for applicants, where it appears that the agency essentially is willing to agree with the determination after a relatively quick review. One area I do want to highlight on this, there had been some question, and I think the board had not reached a consensus or a majority determination at the prior meeting about what you wanted to do with respect to the cultivator's right or ability to appeal during the denial process. And specifically after a denial had been issued by the department, but before any final appeal was pending. There had been some requests from the cultivators at that time for at least for the phase 1 permit applicants, to have them be able to continue their cultivation applications after cultivation activities after the application had been denied, but before a final appeal had been ruled on. We had some concerns on that one. There's a few areas that excuse me, there's a few areas of concern with that proposal. First of all, it is quite unusual to have a situation in which we have someone that we have never determined is actually in legal compliance with the program to be sort of blessed in the continuation of their activities while the administrative appeal process is ongoing, and in particular after we've made an affirmative determination that they're not in compliance. One of the things that the board had really, I think, if I may say, struggled with was the question of balancing the fairness of people who may have some pretty good faith bases with those that may be egregious violators. but may go ahead and put in an appeal merely to be able to extend their cultivation period for some length of time while they're able to go ahead and harvest. Ultimately, a recommendation from the department is to, or from my department, is to not allow the cultivation activities while the appeals process is pending. We're both concerned about the degree to which that may incentivize people to file the appeals merely to be able to continue for a period of time. The fact that it would essentially allow people who may be egregious violators to go ahead and continue their operations, as well as the excuse me, sorry, I'm a little bit congested, as well as concerns with respect to, simply how are we meeting CEQA compliance, how are we meeting our mitigation measures if we have people that we know and believe to be in violation but have given them an extended period of time to be able to continue the cultivations we understand to have been unlawful. With that, Mr. Chair, we're happy to, I have Mr. Godrowski on, who worked on the draft ordinance, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
It's strange to have a cannabis item in a room empty. I guess that's a good sign we've done our work. So one note, I'm not really convinced that we have a true ministerial permitting model. I see elements of discretion.
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, the arguments have been raised. We actually have one current case pending in the civil court. The distinction between discretionary and ministerial is not as clear-cut in the law as one might hope, but certainly this ordinance was crafted with the intent and the design of removing the discretion that would need to be specifically the type of discretion that's referenced under CEQA, to be able to have the ability to impose mitigation measures or to make judgments about the wisdom of a project in order to essentially either allow for conditions to be imposed or for the permit to be denied based on environmental factors that would then have to be studied.
Yeah, so isn't that the SSHR component?
That's one of the mitigation measures that was put in there.
So will it be possible for an applicant to appeal based on CDFW not making the adequate finding to support the SSHR requirement?
You mean appeal a determination by CDFW?
No, appeal the county's refusal to issue permit based on our inability under our ordinance due to the finding by CDFW. Is the appeal only for our ordinance, or is it for the dependencies that our ordinance includes?
You raise an interesting question, Chair Williams. I don't know that I'd be fully prepared to answer that right now, because there are structures in the ordinance that essentially took some things out of our hands. And I think we need to analyze a little bit more. Frankly, it would be a similar question as to what degree the county can or should be compelled to issue an ordinance if someone disagrees with the determination of the other agency by taking the county to court. So the intent here is essentially to have a process that would streamline the review. Just to give the board a little bit more context and background, generally speaking, when you have a permit process and there's a denial of a permit, there is a remedy of going to court to go ahead and get that issued. In the case of a ministerial permit, that may not, there isn't the same process for the creation of an administrative record, which sort of helps streamline the process and helps keep things move forward in a rather straightforward manner at the court. So conceptually, you could have situations with a purely ministerial permit where a dispute in court about whether or not the permit should have been issued could end up being protracted, having discovery, having conceptually even a court or a jury trial to resolve. Part of the idea behind this process is to be able to make sure that all of the paperwork that needs to be considered and all of the evidence that needs to be considered on the issuance of the permit is in front of the county before the determination would be ripe for any sort of court dispute, and to make sure that if there were to be litigation, essentially we'd have a more narrow record to be going on. It also gives the opportunity, quite frankly, to correct any mistakes that the department may make if there's additional information provided by the applicant during the appeals process, or whether there are facts that are essentially determined not to be correctly determined based on the evidence that's put forward before the hearing officer.
Any board questions before we go to public comment? Supervisor Hazardous.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we got into this appeals process is to try to limit the number of suits that come down the line. And I think that the better we have this appeals process kind of hammered out, the better protection it is for the county in future lawsuits. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your work on it. I was just looking at this memo from Hannah Nelson, and she has like 9 specific recommendations. Have you considered those recommendations, and do you have any things that you think that we should be considering on that?
We did look at those in some detail, and I have Mr. Godrowski on. I may ask him to address those. I would say, I think one of them was the thing that I had referenced with respect to the ability to cultivate, and obviously for the reasons that I stated, the recommendation is to not allow the cultivation during the appeals process, because that is post-denial, and that is a situation in which someone's affirmatively been determined not to be in compliance. But if I may, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Mr. Godrowski to go ahead and speak to some of the other points that were raised in that memo.
Yeah, by all means.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. So we did look at going through her list, just scrolling down on there. Her item number 1 in regards to business days and also receipt of the notice. We think looking at receipt of a notice is hard to prove, because there could be a lot of issues that happen, and how do we prove the receipt? Even in the context of email, how do we show that email is received? With one of PO boxes, there's inability to use a return receipt. So what we have, we did a couple of things in advance of last week's meeting and didn't get a chance to upload it for this week's. We did think about adding a clause to section 0.126 that would do something similar to the Code of Civil Procedure for noticing and litigation, which is saying that if they're serviced by mail, the time periods are extended by 5 days if it's to somewhere in California, or by 10 days if it's outside of California.
If I may add to that just a little bit, Mr. Chair, when we're talking about service of process, we thought that the courts were a pretty good model on that, and that essentially, in the same way that once you filed litigation with the court, you have to keep the court updated as to your contact information. The applicant, once they filed the application with the county, needs to keep us updated with the a mailing address or other appropriate means of contact under the ordinance, but then we can extend the timelines to essentially match, the amount that's projected, and then rely on the presumption that essentially once it's placed in the mail, that it is in fact received.
So that kind of is our potential response to the point number 1. Point number 2, I believe Mr. Curtis has spoken to regarding the stay upon filing notice of appeal. Point number 3 is a little unclear in terms of what additional changes it was asking for. I think if there's a desire for additional specificity to go into the notice of denial section, that we could craft language on those issues, but I think reasonably the notice of denial will have to be saying what that denial is based upon. Point number 4, it talks about fees, and I think there's these fees. We will have to generate fees. We've reached out to the department, and I believe there's a fee schedule update scheduled for December. And this, like the issue with the tax appeals, would probably involve 2 separate fees: one fee up front to get to the staff time involved for the review and the initial meeting, and secondarily, if that's referred to a hearing officer, the additional fee for that. Point number 5 in terms of fresh eyes and time frames specifically, this is one area we had not specifically called out a time frame in terms of the scheduling of the initial informal meeting. What we could suggest is adding in a requirement that the meeting shall be scheduled within a reasonable amount of time. I think on that front, a lot of the timeframes here, those involve the hearing officer, obviously they'll have additional people working on it there. If it's in regards to staff, I think we had some concerns over the staff time and availability to work on that. So within a reasonable amount of time would be our effort to try and give some parameters to that time period. If there's any questions, please let me know. Point number 6, in terms of point number 6 is referring to a subsection that specifies that the county can provide the appeal documents and anything else. It doesn't say that the appellant cannot. If there's a desire to make that more clear, we can do that, but there's nothing in that code section which would preclude the appellant from providing additional documents to the hearing officer. Oh, I'm sorry, that was point number 8. Point number 6 is actually a noticing question again. What we have is a procedure where we're going to have the department would schedule an informal meeting with the appellant, and obviously they'll get notice of that. And then within 10 days of that meeting, the department would either rescind the denial, similar to the tax appeal situation, and dismiss the appeal, or cause the matter to be set for hearing by notifying the hearing officer. And the request is for there to be an additional notice at that point in time, and then later on, there will be the notice of the actual appeal hearing itself. I think if the board desires to have additional notice provided at this point in time, we can add that to be in that spot. But in any event, as written, the notice would still be given to them that this is being set for a hearing when that hearing is set. Point number 7, I believe there's already a provision for a continuance in the ordinance. Looking at it's in section 10A17-127 in paragraph E, and that has actually similar language to the section called out in Ms. Nelson's memo from 8.75.120. So point 8, that is where, again, because the section currently does not disallow the additional materials, this is worded similarly to a different provision in our different, I think it's our chapter 1.08. And then lastly is an issue regarding burden of proof. Please.
Hey, hang on a second. Supervisor has a question on that last item.
So on number 8,
okay,
then it doesn't specify that the appellant can provide additional information, but what you're saying is that it's implicit that the appellant can provide extra information that they feel is appropriate.
Okay, so I wouldn't go as far as say it's implicit they can, but it isn't disallowed, certainly. There's nothing in there that says the appellant cannot provide additional information.
If I may add, I believe we understood that provision to be essentially imposing a requirement on the county to be providing the materials by a certain deadline to give it sort of enough advance notice. And there was no similar deadline imposed upon the appellant, that essentially they could show up with new materials at the time of the hearing, kind of understanding that they may need a little bit more flexibility on that front. That doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't set them in advance. Under the way we currently have it structured, it would really be the discretion of the hearing officer as to what they want to review when. I would say most of our hearing officers have generally like to have things as much in advance as they can, and to see everyone's paperwork sort of as much as in advance as they can, so that they're really able to give it a full consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And the last item, number 9, is regarding the burden of proof to be borne by the applicant. I will start off by saying that safe that this current language is based off of similar language from Chapter 1.08, where in that instance, for administrative citations, it's the appellant that bears the burden of proving the citation was flawed. Similarly here, it would be the appellant bearing the burden of showing the denial was flawed. I'm not sure there's more to add to that, Mr. Curtis.
Yeah, if I may add, Mr. Chair, just burden of proof is, we think it's going to be relatively straightforward and consistent with the permitting process to have the applicant essentially establish that they're entitled to the permit before the issuance, and that a presumption that someone is entitled and then some sort of evidence for denial would generally be not just inconsistent with their appeals process, but inconsistent with the permitting process. The applicant has to have enough of the materials to show that they're entitled at the end of the day.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, this kind of gets into the whole veg mod issues and what is appropriate evidence, especially when we're looking at a tree removal like we had the discussion this morning, and it happened 5 years ago. And so I think there's issues around that will keep bubbling up regardless of how we write this. But do you have any ideas on how to deal with that? Because this evidentiary issue is going to be big.
Yeah, well, I would say, first of all, specific to the vegetation modification, we are coming back to general government in December with some draft documents and sort of recommended process in terms of the review there. Ultimately, what we're going to be talking about is that the standard is going to be whether or not the tree removal was in compliance with the ordinance, right? And what is the level of documentation or evidence that's going to be needed to satisfy the finder of fact? Generally, we've I think that the committee has the ability to make some recommendations to the board, and the board may be able to adopt some things that may help streamline the process a little bit, but specific to that issue, and sort of help provide a little bit of guidance and consistency in terms of how those things are handled. But at the end of the day, for each individual application, the question is going to be based on whatever information is available, whether that's going to be testimony by the applicant or someone to remove the tree, whether that's going to be documentation. Does the finder of fact believe that the tree removal was consistent with you? And that's something I would say, even if we were going into court, right? At the end of the day, the court's going to consider whatever the relevant and applicable evidence is here. And it's unusual to have some relatively strict evidentiary assumptions, I guess I would say. Really what we want is for the finder of fact to be able to say either we think it was in compliance or it wasn't. And with the preponderance of the evidence standard, which is what we should be using for a permit grant, it's essentially based on what we've got, was the removal in compliance. We've been trying to avoid, we're trying to give some guidance to the, and I'm sorry if I'm talking a little bit in circles, we're trying to give some guidance to the department and to the planners to be able to provide consistency and not have too much sort of variation between the judgment of one planner and the next. But at the end of the day, when you get to a hearing officer, when you get to court, it's the judge you have or the jury you have and how they weigh the relative evidence.
A follow-up question on the veg modification. Will the appeal take into account any sort of remediation that's happened? Say somebody took out a tree, it needed to be taken out, maybe it's along a road and the road needed to be widened to support CDF's requirements. If they plant 3 trees elsewhere to maintain the forest, is that something that we consider in the appeal process?
So there's actually 2 parts there I want to parse. One is that if the tree needed to be removed, it's entirely possible that the tree removal might be compliant with the ordinance, regardless of any remediation. So certain health and safety reasons are allowed under the ordinance for tree removal. In terms of remediation, no, I don't believe that's something that could be taken into account in terms of, well, I think there's one exception, Mr. Kudrowski can probably correct me on, that's relatively narrow with respect to where it's required by a resource agency and in advance of a certain date. But generally speaking, the department doesn't have the discretion to allow remediation and offsetting because the ordinance was designed not to be discretionary and not to require those sorts of CEQA determinations on each individual permit. So that would essentially be a mitigation measure that would be consistent with what we might have in a discretionary permit scheme or a use permit scheme, that may allow some sort of a mechanism to offset an environmental impact. Right now, as it exists in the ordinance, that just isn't there, and that would require an ordinance change to be able to implement.
But the legislative intent of the ordinance of this provision was to maintain forest land. We don't want people taking forest land and converting it to row crops, cannabis, or anything else. If they've remediated and it's the same surface area of forest, a tree was taken and now there's a forest where that tree was taken, is the intent, should we be looking at whether a tree was removed, or should we be looking at a reduction in forest?
I would say, Mr. Chair, I believe that's a very reasonable question with respect to the ordinance and how you might change the ordinance. I just don't think you have it in there right now. And I would say that in terms of legislative intent, you had multiple intents. Certainly there was one intent to make sure that there was preservation of forest, preservation of tree stock, et cetera. But another intent was also to structure in a way that would not require staff to exercise judgment on things like remediation and when it's enough. This was supposed to be a check-the-box permit system, so in a way, it sort of limited staff from being able to allow those sorts of things in situations where, under a discretionary system, you might have been able to.
And then last, is there a message we should be sending to cultivators who may have violated the ordinance? Not an edge case where they had to take out a dead tree along a road to meet fire clearance, but where they removed multiple trees, they cleared forest to have a larger grow area. Because my worry is if they're going to get denied and then they paid to appeal and they come before us and in the end they do not get a permit and everyone knows they will not get a permit, it's appropriate to let them know up front so that they don't spend money developing a business and paying fees to ultimately not be able to continue.
I'm not quite sure if the question was rhetorical.
Well, no, I just think that I think there's been an assumption that we will modify the ordinance or VegMod won't apply the way we think it does. It would be great if we could have some very clear communication. Having the appeal process in place is a great step, but it would be even better if it were coupled with clear communication about expectations.
And I would say, if I understand the chair's point, and one thing that I may want to speak to here is that by having a permit system, there were always going to be people who didn't get permits at the end of the day. People who simply don't comply or can't comply for one reason or another. And I think that you're correct that we don't want to mislead those people into thinking that there have been moments, I think, that sometimes certain applicants have thought, if they just dispute something or contest it, or at some point the county might turn a blind eye or ignore it. And I think at the end of the day, what the county is trying to do is implement this program in good faith, in a way that is consistent with the intent and keeping things regulated as they should, but not simply ignoring the ones that aren't going to be able to comply, and that may not be a productive use of people's time. Is that what the chair is getting at?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Supervisor Hazardous.
Going back to the list of issues, number 3, Mr. Kudrowski, what I took away was that the basic question is, will the notice specify the grounds for denial? And so I think that what people would want is, if they're being denied, they want specific, like, you're being denied because you removed a half acre of trees, or whatever the issue is. Your SSHR didn't go through, or, So will that be clear on the denial?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'm not sure that it hasn't been clear on denials to this point. I'm not sure how many substantive ones there have been, but I think that yes, we'll have to make sure these denials are having enough information in them so people can challenge them.
And Mr. Chair, I hate to put Director Nevedal on the spot, but I was wondering if she might be able to sort of speak to what the denials have been looking like and what sorts of details are currently in there.
Hello, good day. I'm Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. The way we have conducted denials has varied slightly over time. So previous to the 2021 corrections portal, denials simply stated the code section of violation. In preparation for this appeals ordinance coming forward, we have added additional information. So not only do we cite the code section that's relevant to the denial, but also a brief reason explaining how the applicant has essentially violated that code section. So an example would be for folks who failed to submit in the 2021 portal and were not eligible for corrections portal, we copied into that denial the code section relevant to failure to complete your application, and then clearly stated that that was tied to their failure to submit to the 2021 portal. And then we haven't done additional denials, but that will be how we will be proceeding, is by not only stating the code section, but also providing a brief explanation of how they failed to be in compliance and trigger that denial.
And just to be clear about this process, so I'm looking at this this stay, and certainly when there's people who are non-responsive, or some of these egregious things that we want them out of the program, we want the program to be moving on, but it's when you have some of these veg mod that the ad hoc committee was looking at, that it's like interpretation of whether it was one tree or whether it was within the development site, or those are those issues that we're going to be confronting, and so I'm just thinking about the timeline for when a person gets the denial, and then there'll be 10 or 15 days or whatever, according to the mail, that they receive the notice, and then they have to respond within another 10 days, I think, to appeal, and then that will be set up. So I'm just trying to figure out, more or less, is it 45 days from the denial notice to the end of the process, or 2 months, or how do you see that happening?
So if I may respond through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Kudrowski in a moment to address some of the timelines as stated in the ordinance, but there are just a few things that I want to say in terms of what we've seen historically in terms of processes, which is that very often when we've had appeals, even if we give a right for people to be able to appeal, commonly what's happened, and this is, we talk about this in the code enforcement context, we talk about this in the civil service context. Usually we set up things so that the right is for them to get to the hearing officer pretty quickly, and that the agency really needs to be pretty ready to go. But it's usually the applicant or appellant that ends up asking for and receiving continuance. It's often stipulated to by both sides. So for example, I believe our civil service rules, I forget if it's 10 days or 30 days, but they give a pretty short window in which appeal is to be heard. Typically, the union and the employee on those are simply not ready to go within that period of time, and it ends up being, I would say 3 to 6 months after any personnel action that the hearing actually happens. On the code enforcement side, we've seen sort of a similar process play out, and actually, I would, the deputy that I've had doing most of those has recently departed, but my recollection is that the numbers have been, typically we don't get there within 30 days. It ends up being continued by a few months before we end up getting to the hearing process. So that, I would say, the rules are going to be there to sort of guarantee a certain speed for the applicant to get there. If you're talking about the possibility of anything that might, it's giving the applicant the right to get there quickly because it's the applicant's sort of incentive to get it resolved quickly. If we're talking about the possibility of continued cultivation, which I think might be what you're getting at, Supervisor Hashak, there is a risk and a danger that whatever it says in the ordinance, there's a lot of ability for the appellant to essentially drag out that process and extend it. So I would be hesitant to say that you could rely on those timelines to be able to determine what sort of risk that you're looking at for those. And with that, Mr. Chair, I might ask if Mr. Godrowski could just speak to the timelines as presented in the draft ordinance. Yep.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski. So section .126 begins with within 10 days from the date of a notice of denial or non-renewal, it may be appealed. So there's going to be a service period. We have to get that notice to people, and then that will be plus 5 days if mailed. The next step in paragraph B of that section, that's the area where I discussed earlier. There is not technically a time frame from getting the appeal and then getting this informal meeting set and scheduled. We are thinking about offering, we could say, schedule within a reasonable amount of time after receipt. And that's going to be, I would think, a fairly flexible issue, because if we have 70 or 100 of these things come in within a matter of a week or two, the problem is going to be just even scheduling that many and have the time to even review things for all those individually. So, but that would be the area where Ms. Nelson pointed out there is currently not a specified period of time for that. So once that meeting has happened, then within 10 days of the meeting, that's when the department has to say whether or not it's going to rescind the denial or cause it to be set for hearing. And from that point forward, we're back to having set timeframes. So within 10 days of the meeting, need to have a decision on that point, and then the hearing must be set for a date not less than 10 days, not more than 30 days from the date we provide written notice of setting of a hearing. So there are some time frames there, but the upfront part does include a gap.
Should we go to public comment? Is there any comment in the room? We can come back to you after we do Zoom. All right, on Zoom, phone number ending in 9353.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for discussing this conversation further today. I appreciate County Council's clarification that there would be documentation that would be accepted from the applicants, and I would just ask that that be made clearer in the document as it moves forward. Further, I want to identify that it seems like there's more of a concern about egregious actors trying to take advantage of the appeals process to stay in the licensed cannabis industry, which, as many of you may know, is less profitable than the unlicensed industry. So if somebody is trying to appeal to stay in it, odds are that they are not these egregious actors of whom you're speaking. So it would be a shame for those folks to get caught up and have less ability to have a meaningful appeals process because of these concerns. I also think, I'm not sure Supervisor Williams is fully aware of the types of vegetation modification items that have been brought forward as issues, as Supervisor Hashek was saying, but it's not where we have quarter acres of clear cutting, and that is the issue that we're dealing with. We're talking about nuanced issues where people have removed trees for disease and safety concerns as the ordinance allows in a way that they were supposed to be able to without being concerned that they're going to lose their license, yet here they are concerned. And so I think obviously egregious violations must be dealt with accordingly, but it shouldn't be punishing the good operators at the same time. We are trying to save this component of our industry and our economy. And finally, to Supervisor Williams' point that it's empty on a cannabis item, so we must be doing our job. Obviously, we're here providing input. Hannah has provided the same input on this item multiple times. It did not appear that there were any recommendations that were incorporated into the draft between the last time it was presented and Hannah's recommendations having been provided. We are here to provide those recommendations and speak on behalf of our community who is in harvest right now, who is already struggling and don't have the time to come and sit and wait for the closed session to maybe finish or not finish. So we would hope that y'all would understand that as in a democratic institution, as our trade association, we're here representing hundreds of voices, not just ourselves. So you can be sure that we will always be here to speak on cannabis items and provide recommendations as to how to do them in the most beneficial way for the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon, and I really hope that you give me a little bit of grace in terms of the 3 minutes, and I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. I drove all the way there for yesterday's meeting and trying to conserve on gas and time. I really appreciate that you all have taken the time to go through the memo that I did submit. I honestly and genuinely appreciate that. There are a few points that I'd like to go over that were mentioned in the memo, but perhaps could add additional clarity. With respect to the not allowing people to continue to cultivate, i.e. a stay pending the appeal, I think that there may be a way to break up the egregious violations or the people who were completely non-responsive versus the majority of people who are going to fall into this kind of more nuanced areas. And, you know, you have to remember the context here, which is not only does code enforcement have the ability to immediately go and require those plants to be cut down, but there's the possibility that at this point, particularly if it's after next March, that there will be no entry back into the state licensing system. So for people who've been involved for 5.5 years, and there have been many, many changes to the program, new interpretations, new standards, et cetera, I think that there may be a way for the county to protect itself and have the ability to abate immediately instances where there's really an egregious violation versus, or non-participation, versus erring on the side of having a stay for those that are caught in this other, category. You know, it's interesting that some of the discussion had to do with the discretion versus non-discretionary aspects of this ordinance, and I think that that's something to really bear in mind. You know, it was supposed to be a check the box is what was stated, and clearly we don't have that. I do believe that any efforts that are now happening in the government committee to refine and really address some of the concerns regarding the process for proving proper exceptions in the removal of trees or vegetation modification will assist in clarifying and reducing, hopefully, the number of appeals. But I do anticipate that that will be the largest area of appeals, probably. I mean, who knows? There might be other things as well. And that I urge this board to not adopt any appeals process until those issues are refined, as well as another issue that's before the government committee, which is the suggestion of an informal dispute process that was referred to the government committee. I think that all of our goals are to minimize the amount of resources, both by the county and by the applicant, regardless of any fees involved, that might be needed to go through an appeals process and try to resolve issues prior to that. And the one way to ensure that is to ensure a reasonable dispute process, as well as some of these other issues that could lend clarity before. I do have just a couple of very, very more brief specific points.
Hang on a second. Let me see if the board wants to continue. Is there support to hear the rest?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, with respect to item 8 on my list, on my memo, which really had to do with getting information, letting the appellant know when the hearing office, when the hearing is going to happen. That's actually number 6 and number 8, and then getting materials to them. I do think that it is important to make it clear that, and then provide a process to allow the appellant to provide materials to the hearing officer, and really call out that specific process, because left unsaid, they would have the opportunity to not receive that information, and that really will be adding time and energy to everybody's plate during the hearing, including staff. And again, with respect to point 6, really making sure that the notice happens like as it's set up now. And this is not for, I don't think that there was any nefarious intent or anything of the sort, but just kind of as a logistic mechanic matter, the person would be notified that at some point, at some reasonable point, there might be an informal process, but they're not told exactly when. They're told that there will be a hearing, but they're not told exactly when until it's been set. And so the more information along the way with respect to being able to prepare and obtain specific information and be ready, I think aids the entire process in being more efficient, which is in the benefit of the county and not just the applicant. So the more details that can be included and the more notice or the specifics of notice. And that gets back to the issue of the basis and description of what's in the notice of denial. And I think, you know, that's a great indication that previously only code section was listed. And now, of course, they're including more than that. But I think that there's a concern that again, more information is better if there's enough factual basis or indication of what record upon which the decision is being based. That will help sort out the wheat from the chaff and perhaps reduce the number of appeals that are filed. So I encourage you to err on the side of providing more specificity, providing additional notices so that everybody can be as efficient as possible. I know I am almost positive that I will be somebody who would likely be contacted by people to help them and assist them in an appeal process. And there's mechanics, just as there are on the county side, that you don't know how long it will take to get a hearing officer and this and that and the other thing. Well, there's also the part that professionals, regardless of whether it's somebody like me or other technical professionals, will need time to get the information together and would benefit from a whole lot more information in terms of the basis. And again, I really see that as benefiting the county in terms of efficiency and resources. I do believe that if we're going to deal with the veg mod issue and come up with more processes, that should be dealt with before this is adopted. Also, finally, I thought I heard reference to county council saying that there was another version that there was not time to have uploaded. So it would be really helpful if, for the purpose of, you know, meaningful discussion and feedback, if the public and the board receives the most up-to-date information before this comes back, any additional changes that have been proposed or whatever. And that gets me to the final thing, which is that the original submission on this agenda item had a red line version that didn't include all the red lines. So and I certainly can understand how that can happen, but if we can make sure that all the red lines are included in the next version, that would be great. Along with including any other items that might have previously been ordered by the board to change that are simple changes in this ordinance. We might as well take advantage. I think that there's some issues that don't in any way implicate the MND or anything like that. And so I just ask the board to consider let's, we have a bite at the apple here. Let's make sure we're being efficient and making all the changes that are reasonable to include. Thank you.
Last call for public comment in room.
Good afternoon. My name is Chantal Simon Pietri. I'm an environmental consultant here in the county in cannabis and other land management related practices. I came in, I was a little, it's kind of challenging to come back when we don't get notice about when the board is coming back. So that's why I paused. Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for another moment. I wanted to, I have a few pointed comments and kind of along the lines of where the discussion has gone and also that Michael Katz and Hannah Nelson spoke to. But I also just wanted to give a little bit of, I may regret this, but a little bit of insight into the egregious actor conversation. In my experience with the client pool that I've worked with, and it's definitely ebbed and flowed since I've started doing this work. I started it when we had what was it called? It was like a pilot program for the regional water board before we even had the statewide water board order, before we had the 9.31 program, before 10A17. From then to now, the quantity of cultivators I've gone through is vast, but in like the probably 200 to 300 number. I think I've stayed with about probably 50 that have been consistent and are still working with me since that time, which is pretty good given the overturn of consultants and cultivators and who's managing, who's owning, who's still in the game, basically. Of those, there definitely are some that I was brought in, they were under DFW violations for tree removal, so it's already being handled by DFW. There was a SPYROC raid in 2018, July of 2018, for example, where I was brought on the numerous properties the day after DFW was out there, and the tree removal occurred. Those people hadn't gone into the program, they were debating it. Maybe they'd submitted an application, but they haven't done anything since. They really didn't have the tools to succeed to make it all the way through, primarily in business sense, or like ability to respond to emails or get their emails or go to a computer every day. There were just so many factors weighing against them. And I think a lot of the egregious actors fall into that role. They're not so cunning to be well informed and still be playing right now. They're already out. And without giving quantities, I work with a few who over regular periods of time, as we've watched the permitting process evolve, I'm not a licensed attorney. I am law school trained, but I'm not bar licensed, so I'm restricted in what confidentiality I can maintain, but also I don't give out advice that has a legal ramification without requiring them to consult also with a bar licensed attorney. But when there's tree removal, it's fairly clear. And I'm personally really affronted when I go to a site and I do see tree removal really clearly. I am an oak woodland protector. A lot of my work is motivated through salmon habitat preservation. So on the egregious actor realm, my feedback is most of those are already out. Like speaking to you in particular, Mr. Williams, not that you did the tree removal, but that it's been something that's brought up a lot, that this idea that this appeals process or the VegMod is going to catch the egregious actors and handle them, I counsel, without giving counsel, that we reframe the conversation so that we're actually working to take the majority that are non-bad actors, non-egregious, and are caught in the interpretation, the terminology, and find a way forward for them. And trust, as I said it earlier today, and I also said it yesterday, trust that the egregious actors that are still participating are going to be caught through the existing statewide environmental agencies' processes that they have to go through, that's regardless of whether they're cultivating cannabis or developing property for development or doing any sort of ag development or residential development. So on egregious actors, I just say, I don't think there's that many out there still involved unless they're really, really not that smart, honestly. Like it's not worth it for them to stay in at this point. The unknowns are clear, even if we don't exactly have the parameters yet. Can I keep going to give a few pointed comments?
Yeah, I actually have a question.
Sure.
And then you can go on. Are you saying that we shouldn't expect people to file appeals who have been denied based on clearing forest land to plant their cannabis?
I don't believe that the quantity of, let's say if the number of cultivators is 700 or something in the phase one, just to go with a loose, I know the number moves around a good amount, but if I've worked with roughly 10 to 20% of that number over the time I've been doing this, the egregious and like malevolent, if you want to give it that one. They're really trying to take advantage. Most of our community are not of that mindset. If they stepped into the legal permitting realm to start with.
Yeah. The ones that would hire an environmental consultant, though, I mean, that's a bit self-selecting. They probably have it a little more together than some of the others who didn't.
I disagree. I think, sorry, you go first.
My worry is more that there are people who just simply didn't read the ordinance. They didn't know that they couldn't clear some forest land to increase their farm. You know, they might have been at 2,500 or 5,000 square foot and knew that they could scale up to 10,000 and had to clear more space in order to do it. And I'd hate to put them through an appeal process that's costly if that's really what they've done, because I don't think they're going to get a county permit or a state license. If they've cleared trees that are incidental, maybe there's a homestead on the site and they cleared trees there, I'm not worried about that. That's interpretation. But if they've just gone out to a meadow and enlarged it to have more room to plant more cannabis, I can't see that fitting any interpretation of 10A17. Your thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts, many more than can fit in my no more 3 minutes. So in my perspective, it goes back to historical land management and zoning and how we ended up with cultivation occurring on the properties where it does. And that those are often lower priced properties. They were rangeland, TPZ, some ag. We don't have a lot of ag zone properties that aren't valley floor, but when you get up into the hills, you look at the common historical stereotype of who was here already or came here in order to cultivate the meadowlands. If they were feeling safe planting in the meadowlands, that's where they planted. Some folks didn't. They went into lightly forested cover in order to have protection from a drone or whatever, or to keep tree canopy that gave them privacy. Of those that then went into phase one, they had to choose proof of prior, and they're basically established into a certain unit on their parcel where their cultivation is grounded to be. And I don't see people cutting to just like the numbers that I hear you use, Mr. Williams, are too gross and too stereotypical. They're like you're taking a generic approach to lump. And I really think because of the land use history and the human history of who is still here in the region seeking a cultivation permit, that all of the regulations that we're discussing need to make room for nuance and site-by-site analysis, given without going into the whole discretionary ministerial process. That's the big elephant in the room. But there's it's a longer one to answer. And again, I think this is something that's come through the ad hoc. A lot of discussion happened. And if I bring it back to the points that are on what's on the board as far as the appeal process itself, that if we're going to stay with whether we're trying to catch, the gray area folks versus the egregious and they're going to go through the review, they're going to be issued a denial, then they can file for their appeal. All of the points that are in Hannah's memo, I think, are just sound legal policy to provide greatest amount of notice, to provide the greatest amount of information as to what is the grounds for the denial. In the DFW world with the notice of violation, you get back an inspection report from when the inspection occurred. There are GPS points on a map and photographs, and it's cited directly to each individual section of the 1600 code. So it goes right into the very specifics with a photograph of here is your gas can, here it is in the creek, that's a violation of this code, and here's your way to remedy it. Their way to remedy it also is they allow people to file a 1600 and to correct the wrong. They're not ever not allowed to do whatever they wanted to do on their land. So there's some, I think, inequity still in that. That speaks to the grounds point that basically I believe it should be on the cannabis department's responsibility that if they're the one that are denying, they should provide all the information as to why they denied to the applicant, so the applicant can then come back with a really robust response. It gives them the fairest chance to respond. And I think that will help to address some of the nuance and site-specific issues. I also agree with the concept that it's a complex one to think through, and it's sure taken me years to keep following vegetation modification, tree removal, tree and shrubs with the appeals process. But I do, from my experience, the VegMod issue is one where most folks are going to be caught into that as the grounds for their denial. So I just really implore this group to continue to, as in a timely way, continue the VegMod conversation simultaneously with the appeals conversation and not move forward with the department able to issue a denial until VegMod is resolved, as that's going to be the primary kicker of people into the appeals and denial process. Does that make sense? I know it's been said in different ways. And I totally agree with Hannah, too. There's a ton of other things that have come in many different meetings about changes to the ordinance. And if we're going to do one and it takes a whole bunch of notice and time and comment, let's get all of the potential changes into one version. And definitely please share the red line with us, the fully robust, most current red line, at least prior to the meeting. It doesn't feel equitable at all for us not to know, even to be able to see the text, to be able to comment on it. And that was part of my hesitation in commenting. I wasn't sure where I was coming in the meeting when Mr. Kudrowski was speaking and reading from Hannah's memo. Even Hannah's memo wasn't an attachment to this agenda item. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes public comment. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did chair the General Government Committee meeting where we did have, I think, a really good conversation with the cannabis community. So my questions today about this particular agenda item may actually be very limited, and I'm looking for some, I guess, feedback from the department and probably from the board members to see if we can be in an agreement with some things. And I'll go ahead and just start with the VegMod. And the instance that might potentially be a reason for denial. I do not see a reason why the department shouldn't move forward with other denials. And I understand that because the VegMod issue is really still pending, that'll be back before the General Government Committee with County Council's template. I'm not going to use the right word. Recommendations for what that looks like. So that process will be ongoing. So my question for the department and the board and county council is, can we go ahead and have the department to process any denials that aren't related to VegMod? Or I'm not sure if there are other pending issues that we need to be concerned about, but it seems like that might at least take some permits out of the equation, or some applicants out of the equation, so that then we can go ahead and focus on the people that are really working on getting their provisional licenses through the state. I have other questions, but if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd rather just have them answered one at a time.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I believe Director Navdal is going to have some comments as well. I would say, just in terms of a process, what the board had previously directed had been for the department to hold off on denials while the appeals process was being drafted and prepared and brought forward. You can certainly change that direction. You can certainly modify that direction to have that apply only to denials that are based off of the tree removal. I would ask, however, for a little bit of clarification as to whether the board would want to be having that, proceeding with the appeals process while putting the VegMod as a separate issue aside, or whether you'd be looking to simply lift any moratorium on denials while proceeding with the, proceeding without having a appeals process in place.
To aid our process, could you advise on timelines? There's two timelines I think that we care about. One is, how long will it take for the VegMod proposal to work through general government and come back to us? And relative to the timeline on, if we pass this today and then we have a second reading and we pass it, and then December or January we do a fee hearing, are we getting ahead of ourselves, or are these two really in sync and this one is a longer process?
So I would say this part is a bit longer, right? So this is just the first reading of the ordinance that creates the appeal process. There would need to be, if there's any modifications that we're not able to capture today and have uploaded today, then there would need to be another first reading. After the first reading, there will be a second reading and adoption, at which point it will be 30 days before the ordinance is effective, and I believe we'll have to time any denials and appeals, which will also have 10-day plus notice, with the adoption of a fee, which I believe will be set for a fee hearing in December, if I have that date right. And with respect to the vegetation modification proposal. That's set to be going to general government in December with a draft affidavit and recommendations with respect to a process as to how to go ahead and proceed on that standard. So if you were to start the process of adopting this appeals process now, that doesn't mean that it would be done and in place right away. It would still be sometime closer to when the vegetation modification process is complete, that the appeals process would actually be up and running and operational. That's not to say that they would necessarily line up exactly. We're trying to make sure that we've got it roughly on track, but you know, obviously those deadlines don't sync up perfectly.
So, Director Nevital, do you remember Supervisor Mulhern's question?
I believe your question was regarding the types of denials we might be conducting, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. I think that the amount of time it's going to take to work through this appeals process, to have the second reading of the ordinance, and then to have the fee hearing is one timeline. We haven't had the VegMod conversation at general government yet, but that doesn't mean that there aren't applicants that would be or could be denied for other reasons. Let's say if the board approves the ordinance moving forward and then approves the fee hearing, so that looks like the end of December or January. So I guess my question is there a reason for the department to not want to just go ahead and hold those VegMod potential denials for a later timeline and go ahead and process the denials
I would
for different reasons?
Exercise some caution with a request to hold VegMods for denial, simply because in several instances where we've identified VegMod and asked for additional information, there may be other reasons for pursuing a denial besides the fact that vegetation modification occurred. So I would just exercise some caution if it is the board's will to not deny solely because of VegMod, to just ensure that that language is that we aren't denying solely because of VegMod until after the VegMod modifications or clarifications have come before the board.
Thank you. And my other question was, I think this maybe is for county council. If people are going to go through the appeals process and meet with a public hearing officer, is there a reason why we wouldn't provide them evidence with their denial? I think that from the time of Hannah's memo on October 4th to the cannabis conversation on that day, and then the cannabis conversation that happened at General Government Committee, some of the concerns in the memo have been alleviated. For one, by the director speaking to that, yes, in the past it was just listed as a code. Now they provide more of a description. Is there a reason why the department wouldn't take it one step further and provide them with the proof that they have?
If I may answer to the chair, I think as we drafted the ordinance, we had an assumption that there was going to be a certain amount of information that was being provided in connection with the denial that goes beyond just the code section in which the denial is based. That there's going to be enough for them to be able to understand why. I think what we've heard from the department is that it's often been not just a question of we receive it, here's your denial letter. There tends to be some dialogue and some requests for additional materials, a verification of things, at least in these cases that are most likely to be relevant to appeals with VegMod issues, et cetera. I don't see any reason why you couldn't or shouldn't provide that. I actually think it's a very good idea, and I would agree with Ms. Nelson's comment that it's good for the county. I would be a little bit hesitant to trying to sketch that out in too much detail in the ordinance itself. If you did want to make a modification, we could add a little bit of language that indicates that, and I think Mr. Kudrowski touched on this, essentially the denials will contain enough information to sort of reasonably inform the applicant as to what the basis for the denial was. My concern would be more if you try and parse it too finely in an ordinance, maybe that's really more appropriate for an administrative document, a policy, a process.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'm looking at this, the red line form version on my computer screen here, and the part dealing with the denial or the appeal process isn't redlined. And we'd talked about the 10 days and then the dealing with the mail, how long it would take in-state, out-of-state, all that. And all I see is on this one, within 10 days from the date of a notice of cultivation permit denial, et cetera. It doesn't have that version you were talking about. So where can we find this updated version?
Yeah, if I may respond through the chair, I want to clarify some of the comments that Mr. Kurowski had made. So this item was continued from a prior meeting, in which we had provided the draft and we'd received those comments. And we had at that time tentatively expected to be back on November 1st. I asked Mr. Kurowski at that time to go ahead and get started on a red line to incorporate changes that we thought the board would likely request and that we'd be able to put in front of you. I then surprised him when there was an opening for this meeting by volunteering this item to move up, and he didn't quite get the chance to finish that process. We could go ahead and actually share screen now, I think, and walk through some of those things and make some of those changes, if that would please the board. I don't know that we've covered absolutely everything in the draft that's there, but there are some areas where we have, if there are changes the board would like, changes that would match that. I will note what we've described in terms of the process for the notice is actually consistent with our practice has been, even though it hasn't been written into the ordinance. We've just interpreted the timelines from the Code of Civil Procedure. I will say the deputy that I had doing code enforcement previously was very meticulous and was very, very careful in terms of the notice. And he did get our staff in the process of applying the timelines in the Code of Civil Procedure to the timelines that were written into the ordinance to extend for service by mail.
Okay, and I would like to see the changes, actually. Another question is this whole process of, say it goes to the hearing officer says, well, this needs to be interpreted, and it goes back to the department, and there's concern because the department was interpreting it one way, and maybe there's a different interpretation of that one tree or what vegetation modification is or isn't, and so I guess the question is, how do we make sure that the board's input is considered in that too? Right?
If I may respond through the chair, if I would like to address just a few points with that. One is that we did come up with this process with respect to, if you would think about it in the context of a civil court, there's a difference between the questions that are decided by a judge and the questions that are decided by a jury. And generally, it's up to the judge to make determinations as to questions of law, to figure out essentially what the statute means, what it says, following precedent, et cetera. And that's designed in part to make sure that there's consistency in the application of law across the board. But the determinations of the facts in a particular instance are up to the jury. And one of our concerns was, because of the fact that we have this rotating panel of hearing officers, we didn't want to create a situation where there's conflicting interpretations of the ordinance that would be coming forward. And we also, I would say there's also a body of law that says when the agency that's charged with administering the ordinance, this is true both under federal law and under state law, when the agency that's responsible for administering the law comes up with an interpretation, courts give that interpretation a certain amount of deference. It's treated as unless there's a pretty strong reason to go ahead and say that's incorrect or an unreasonable interpretation, courts will go ahead and decide to interpret the statute, or in this case the ordinance, as consistent with that. And we wanted to maintain some consistency to be able to maintain that deference and not have essentially a lot of additional incentive for people to be fighting in different cases over the interpretation of an ordinance. Essentially, if it's settled once, we'd like it to remain settled. So we're consistent, we're fair for everyone. So that's how we got to that process, was essentially to treat the hearing officer as the finder of fact, but to make sure that the department head, who's been charged by the ordinance with having to make these sorts of decisions, to make these interpretations, to make these calls, is still performing that core department head function. If the board does have the ability, if the board wanted to be weighing in on those decisions, be making its own decisions as to the interpretation of the ordinance. And one structure that you could have, we didn't think the board would want this, but one structure that you could have is to have all appeals go to this board instead of to a hearing officer. So you think about, for example, the process, usually you don't do this again for ministerial permits, but if you think about our process in the land use context, appeal of a use permit, which is a discretionary permit, may go to the planning commission, that may then be appealed up to the board. There are other, in the civil service context, we have a separate civil service commission, but there are counties or cities that have structures where civil service decisions might get appealed up to the board. If you really want the board to have that control instead of having it placed on the department head, you can create a structure that would allow for an appeal to this body. We just thought that wasn't what the board would be wanting, given the probable volume of these.
I guess I wanted to see the corrections or new version, but I would say as far as the denials go, I think that right now, if a person's non-responsive and hasn't been responsive for the last 6 months or something, let's get them out of the program. Let's move on. It just seems like we need to clear some of that out. And that's pretty clear. It's not up for interpretation or anything. It's just non-responsiveness.
Well, Supervisor Haschak, I could actually see that being up for interpretation. Does that mean they haven't responded at all in 6 months, or they haven't responded responsively? Or we asked for 7 items and they gave us 2. Is that a response? Can they buy time every time they give us a partial response? I think we could ask the department head to clarify, but I have a sense that it's just not so cut and dry, that there's often some type of response. It's just not a response that's moving their application forward. Director Nevedal, how far off am I?
This is Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department, and I would say, Chair Williams, you're spot on. Folks who were completely non-responsive to the portal have been denied. But what we're struggling with right now are folks that do trickle materials into us. They fail to meet a 15-day response time. We give them a 7-day notice. They give us a couple items, and then we don't get complete materials. So we're playing the chase game, right, where we're constantly chasing folks to try to catch up and get those materials into the department so that we can manage the review. It's hugely time-consuming and frustrating for the planners. So we actually have more of that going on right now than we have 100% non-responsiveness.
Supervisor Haschak, do you stand with, if we ask for a response and what the department receives is insufficient for 6 months, is that grounds for denial?
I would think so.
So if I may just ask for clarification, we would then have to have some sort of timeline and track record that they have been not 100% responsive over the course of 6 months to conduct a denial. Is that what the board is suggesting?
Well, I guess I can't figure it out right on the spot here. But, if a person didn't participate in the portal, they were denied, right? They're out of the program.
Correct.
At this point.
Correct.
Okay. So I don't know how to deal with the other ones that trickle in, right? But we need to be looking at it because it is taking up time.
Supervisor Mulhern?
I think that what I heard from county council is that how you deal with that is you're not allowed to cultivate during the process. So instead of somebody dropping items in a little at a time, if there's an understanding that if you don't have your documents in and you're going to get denied, you're not cultivating during the appeals procedure, I think that's the motivation, and that's not on the board or the department to chase anybody. People will make a decision whether or not they want to continue cultivating and whether or not they want to continue the application process. I mean, that's what I heard from county council.
County council, confirm or deny?
And I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure that I followed, but I think you're referring to the question of if there is a denial at this moment, would they be able to continue cultivating? The answer is no. If they're denied, they're out.
But in order to get to that, we need the department head to order a denial, right? And that hasn't happened yet, even in the case where they've been begging for responsive answers for more than 6 months. I mean, I don't know why we're talking 6 months. I would think 30 days or maybe 60 days if you want to be really generous, but I don't know any other government agency. It's like, can I continue driving and tell the DMV, well, I'll get it to you and then send them something that's somewhat related and buy some time, right? No, government doesn't work this way. And it's part of why this program has been so ineffective and inefficient. People complain about how slow it is. It's because it's bogged down with all these partial applications floating around. So I think we need to give clear direction to our department. How much time is acceptable? And I would start with 30 days, and I know we'll get public comment that that's not enough. How about 60? So, but it can't be 6 months. Supervisor Hascheck?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what the issues are at this point because we've got all these people who are in the portal system and they're either complete or they're incomplete. And the complete ones have the materials that we've requested, and it's been a painstaking process. The incomplete ones are incomplete, and theoretically they're out or they're being denied at this point. Is that correct?
I think the board asked to pause all denials until the appeals process was in place. So nobody's been denied. Director?
The only individuals that have been denied since the board directive to pause denials until the appeals ordinance has been completed are those who failed to submit materials through the 2021 portal, and then a smaller portion of folks who failed to submit in 2021 but were allowed into the 2022 corrections portal and then failed to submit again. They have been denied as well. So what we're struggling with currently in regards to a lack of response is issued permits that are undergoing renewal. So we have renewals not in all cases, but in a number of instances taking an incredibly long time because folks will not respond with full application packets in a timely manner. So we're constantly sending notices. It's a 15-day notice, and then it's a 7-day notice, and then we still don't have the materials we need at the department to conduct the review. And so we have not denied issued permit holders when they are undergoing that renewal review for failure to complete their renewal application based on board directive.
I think we might be getting a bit afield from the item. County Council?
Yeah, I think that you are you're still basically on track. I wouldn't get much further down this road, but this directive that you gave was in connection with this item in terms of asking that the denials wait with a little bit of discretion to the department head pending the preparation of this ordinance. So I do think you have the ability to give that to modify that direction at this time.
Okay. Straw poll, does the board want to go through the changes one by one, or do you want to just look at specific changes? It's 33 pages. I think it'll take us a while if we want to work through it. Alternatively, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, if you would like, Mr. Kudrowski could do a share screen to provide.
I want to make sure the board majority, I mean, personally, I read all 33 pages. I don't need to review it again. Where does the board stand?
Well, I guess the question is, the 33 pages is what I'm hearing aren't the pages that we're actually talking about. And we're only talking about a few pages, right?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So what you have is the draft ordinance that was prepared and was submitted for the last meeting. Since that time, in response to Ms. Nelson's memo, Mr. Kudrowski has started a little bit of work on areas that he anticipated the board would likely request some changes. And we would be happy to present those to you now. And you can decide whether you want to make those changes to the draft that you have in front of you.
Mulhern?
Yeah, I believe that those items were discussed verbally by Mr. Kudrowski at the beginning of the meeting. So I think seeing the red line version and going through those would probably be able to be sufficient to be able to move this item forward.
McGordy, you agree? Has check. Okay. All right, let's do it.
Okay, with that, let me kind of share my screen. So there's only one section that has the actual changes that we were drafting, again, in anticipation of working on this with the board. So they're both in section 10 of the ordinance, and which I would say was not a red line because it was added in its entirety. We can definitely change that practice going forward. With that, in paragraph B, upon receipt of the appeal, the department shall schedule an informal meeting with the appellant to review the department's action and the grounds for the appeal. What we had discussed about internally was adding this sentence in red: the informal meeting shall be scheduled within a reasonable amount of time of the receipt of the appeal. The other change we've discussed internally is that adding.
Hang on a second. Does the board support that first change? Yep, majority. Okay.
I have a question about A. No, I thought you were going to put in the timelines due to postage and mail service.
That's going to be a new paragraph D that I haven't gotten to yet.
Okay.
So again, adding this to the end of this section. A new paragraph D: in the case of service by mail of any notice of denial or non-renewal, or any notice required to be served by this section 10A17.126 or section 10A.17.128, the time periods provided for in such sections shall be extended by 5 calendar days if the place of address and the place of mailing is within the state of California, and by 10 calendar days if either the place of address or place of mailing is outside the state of California.
Dirty.
D sounds a little bit long for the out of state.
D is matching what's in the Code of Civil Procedure for out of state.
Dan, are you a yes or no?
I'd be a no on 10 days out of state, but otherwise
Okay.
fine.
And I'm a no. Mo? You're a yes?
Yeah, I think no.
Glenn? John? Yes is win. We'll keep it. Next change.
Those are it. Those are the two things out of those. That's why, and when I was going through Ms. Nelson's memo earlier, if there's other issues the board wants us to develop language on, we're happy to do so. But these are the two changes we were kind of looking at in anticipation.
If you could go back to 126A2.
Okay.
And I guess it's the grounds for, or the specification of what will be the reason for the denial.
I think if we were going to tackle that, I'd move to a different section of the ordinance. It's going to be above all of this. So this is in point 100, I believe. The paragraph D of that section talks about permit application denial. And this gives the reasons there can be a denial. If we wanted to try and address issues of the amount of specificity, we could work on some language here to insert a new clause to make this more specific.
Yeah, it seems like, we should specify that, they'll be given explanation for the denial.
I guess with that, I'll look for direction from the full board on if we want to be working on that. I might request a break and we can see what else might be desired to be added.
I'm content with it as is, Mo.
Well, I think that we heard from the department that the information will be provided as to why it's been denied, but I think that the outstanding question we still had was the response time, the failure to provide additional information or documentation within the time frame.
So let me go to the first one. You're a no.
Yes.
Okay, Glenn. Yeah, okay. So there's a majority to leave it as is. Supervisor Mulhern, your next idea?
Yeah, I think it would be prudent for the board to have the conversation today with the department about what the timeline, the expectations are for the timeline, and I guess the question is then to county council whether or not that can be included. I think what we heard today is that we didn't want the department chasing applicants for 6 months for paperwork. But is there a minimum, maximum? How could that be included so that there's an expectation?
And I'm, if I may respond to the chair, I might need a little bit of clarification on the question. The timeline that we're referring to, are we talking about? You're talking about specifically a timeline with respect to the appeals process, or are we talking about the directive that had been given to not issue denials?
I'm talking about the ordinance that we're looking at, D1B. Failure to provide additional information or documentation within the time frame prescribed by the department. Does that need to be included in the ordinance? Does that need to be board direction, or can we go ahead and let the department head use their discretion for that?
I might look to Mr. Kudrowski on that. I believe that language is already in the ordinance. I believe that we're in a section that's reciting the existing language, and I do believe that there have been letters that have gone out that have specified particular timelines in which people have to respond or else face denial. So that may already be handled, but I may ask if Mr. Kudrowski can tell me if I'm remembering that correctly.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, yes, the language on that this time I think I'm showing on the screen still is in the ordinance as it exists today. Code.
So if I may just add through the chair, I believe the intent on that language was to give the director the ability to fix a time frame. I believe that may have been done by practice. The director could speak to that if the board has questions.
Not seeing questions.
I think what we need to do is keep focused on the appeal process right now. And those changes that we were looking at that are in the red line section.
So again, this is the red line that I'm showing of changes we were debating and again, thinking about prior to this meeting. We've gone over the two of those we've drafted. If there's other aspects of Ms. Nelson's memo, we can go through those and get direction from the board about updating additional changes.
So my straw poll, my support is to go with this ordinance. I think it's a good start, and if we find problems with it, we can tune it as we go. But I don't want to try to overthink every possible case.
No, I agree. I think it's its first reading, so there's a chance to amend it if there's something that's missing or wrong. We've got time.
County Counsel?
I would just note, if you do make an amendment after the first reading, you'd need a new first reading. Alternatively, if you decide to amend after you pass, you just need a new ordinance amending the existing process. We have done that from time to time with the appeals process. I don't think we've had a lot of changes that we need to make, but it has tweaked a little bit for the general appeals process for code enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of my questions on this item have been really asked and answered. I think that there's been, some movement in the General Government Committee. We know that we have an item coming forward on December 12th that's going to add some clarification. So I'm fine with this item moving forward with the red lines presented on the screen today.
Is that a motion? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, fine with that.
Was that a second? No, we need a formal motion.
I believe the recommended action should capture it as long as you indicate that it's referring to the ordinance as amended here today. We do need a waiver of the reading, or else we need to formally read the entire ordinance into the record.
Okay, so you need me to read the full no, you don't. I can move the recommended action based on the version that was presented on the screen today.
Yes, you can make a motion that would just amend the recommended action to reflect the version here today.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve the recommended action with the red line version that was presented on the screen today.
Is there a second?
Second.
I thought CEO was going to have to read all 33 pages for a moment. Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask one follow-up question. There had been a point that had been raised with respect to the red line. I believe our practice in the past had been when an ordinance adds a new section, we don't present it in red line, but when it modifies an existing section, we do present it in red line. Frankly, that's just a tool that's there to be helpful for the board. So would the board prefer that when we have an ordinance that both adds new sections and amends existing sections, that the new sections be in red line?
I would think that was a change, so yes.
Yeah, we'll be happy to incorporate that practice going forward.
And another question, it's my understanding that we had given direction to Director Nevedal to halt the denials, awaiting an appeals process. Am I correct, as soon as the appeals process passes on a second reading and the fee hearing is complete, that the denials will resume? Or do we need to actively direct?
I don't know that you need to modify your direction, except, let me back up. It would actually not be after the second reading, it would be after 30 days after the second reading, or once the fee is adopted, whichever is later, that direction would become moot, if you will. The only thing is, if there is a direction that you would want to provide with respect to those that are denied solely on the basis of VegMod, that was discussed here today. You haven't provided direction. If you want to, you certainly could.
I'm content with the process resuming. I just wanted to make sure staff wouldn't be waiting on the board. Are we ready for the next item? Supervisor Haschak?
I do think that this VegMod issue needs to be dealt with. We tried to deal with it, and I think that the ad hoc was working with county council. Now it's in the hands of the standing committee. I think that any denials based solely on the VegMod issue should probably be put on hold. It would save us a lot of grief in the long run if we did that. And I think that, until the standing committee comes up with what they bring back to the board, we should hold off on until that time.
So county council, is that an implicit? Because I would think the department head would have a hard time denying where language is open to interpretation and the interpretation hasn't yet been provided.
I don't know that I would say that it's implicit direction. The board could certainly direct. Alternatively, I think the department head essentially has that discretion to hold off on those denials until such time as that process has been resolved.
Director, do you have any final thoughts? Don't feel obligated if you're content with. Okay. I think we're done. We're ready to move on to items 4E, CEO's report.
Well, I guess, was that direction given?
I don't think we gave any direction. County council clarified that the department has the discretion and communicated today that she would focus on in other areas. awaiting clarification on VegMod.
All right.
Item 4E, CEO's report.
Through the chair, I believe this first item on my CEO report, October is National Substance Abuse and Prevention Month. I believe there was a great presentation and discussion this morning during public expression. I would like to take a moment to point out a few things about the fiscal department. So the fiscal department, of the 8,331 invoices in the county system for the first quarter, 20.5% of those invoices were processed by the fiscal unit. In August, 2 trainings were conducted to focus on entry-level and new users into Munis with 63 attendees. The contract team performed a cobblestone training, which was attended by 67 people. I would like to report the first quarter budget instructions were sent out in September 23rd and inform this board that first quarter projections will be before this board on 11/8 of 22. Historically, this report comes with a year-end report from prior year. It is presented. This year, that will not be the case, as fiscal year 21-22 has not been closed by the auditor. The fiscal team also engaged in a conversation with several of the larger departments regarding zero-based budgeting. And then shortly after the September 13th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the fiscal team has moved forward with taking over processing of payroll and has added an addition to the payroll unit, Lisa Latt, and she will be joining 2 folks, Lee Dang and Danielle Grilly, that were in that department, and we look forward to growing and building that department. Planning and building, they have a staffing update, some additional information about grants. They have 7 grants that they are working on. They talk about their efficiencies and a stormwater regulation and low impact meeting that they will be held publicly. Culture Service Agency, as usual, has several interesting and educational events that will be happening at libraries throughout the county, as well as at the museum. General Service Agency in Attachment 5 talks about park maintenance and other facility projects, updates including moves related to the space study. And Social Services is including some service updates and including outreach and diversity, equity, and belonging work that they are doing within their department. And then you will see our animal service report as usually presented in the CEO's report. The rest is as written.
Any questions? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I did want to thank I thank the CEO and all of the departments that did provide information in the CEO report. I think it's, as an elected official, it's a valuable tool for me to be able to communicate with the community. And I wanted to thank the Behavioral Health Department for providing the number of clients placed in and out of county for LPS conservatorships as requested by the grand jury.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I was hoping the CEO could kind of elaborate a little bit on the budget update. I think I heard the CEO say that the auditor's office traditionally closes the books in, was it September? And that it did not happen. Is there an estimated time of completion?
Through the chair, at this time, I have not received an estimated date from the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector.
Okay, and just to clarify, the close of the books, as I understand it, the departments submit all their documents in terms of revenues, expenses, and then the auditor is sort of truing up those books at the end of the year. Is that how you would describe the close of the books by the auditor?
Yeah, they're truing up those books as well as any additional revenues that come in. They could be doing some transfers between departments or between like realignment funds that HHSA or the other departments, public safety, may need to help balance their budget.
Okay, and we don't have a date for when that may be completed at this point.
No, I do not.
So that seems like a big deal to me.
Yes, yes, it's difficult to make projections for this year. It's difficult to, we're in the middle of labor negotiations. We have other items that we would like to move forward with, this board would like to move forward with, and without knowing the close of where we're at. For close is a challenge, and there is a gap in revenue under the tax revenue of approximately $3 million at this time that we are seeing. But again, we don't know what has been posted since basically our fiscal year closes on June 30.
So, if we had an estimate, say, of 2 weeks, I'd be a little bit dismayed. It's late, but I could accept it. Having it so open-ended, I don't know if we're talking 2 weeks or 2 more months. We have a lot of decisions to make. We don't know what we have to work with. County Council, what is the board's role? Do we have any ability to hire somebody to close the books?
Certainly, you could bring forward an item to offer assistance to the auditor controller, whether that's in the form of staffing changes, consultant, et cetera.
Yeah, I think the ad hoc, budget ad hoc actually recommended that, and we didn't get any support. So I'm troubled that we're trying to offer support, it's not being taken up, and yet we have this open-ended financial dilemma. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, what do you mean you didn't get any support?
Well, I think the conversation abruptly ended, but we had offered to bring back to the board a request either for additional staffing, consultant, funds, whatever's necessary to get the job done.
And this was a conversation with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector?
Correct. So I'm as one supervisor, I'm not sure what to do, but I think it's a real problem. Our meetings start with employees upset that we're not giving a COLA, or we don't know if we can. I don't know what we're going to have. Maybe it's 200,000, maybe it's 4 million. I have no idea. CEO Antle?
I fully agree with you. Without those projections and having that intergovernmental transfers done, the realignment transfers, those that are hitting those departments, it's really hard for the fiscal team to be able to make any kind of projections. The departments are coming forward with first quarter of just what they have, but you can imagine if fiscal year 21-22 is not closed, that means July of 22, August of 22, and September of 22 are not closed either. So the departments are only working on what spreadsheets and what documentation that they have submitted and been able to track through their own systems.
Do you have any insight into what's causing the delay? Is it invoices still haven't been entered? Is it the adjustments haven't been made? Which step in the sequence is stalling?
I don't have anything directly that has come to me. I have reached out. I have not heard back from auditor controller. At one point there was some talk, again, not directly with me, but they were struggling, the auditor controller's office was struggling working with the departments to get the information into the system.
So would the board support inviting auditor, controller, tax collector to our next meeting to update us on either that the books have been closed or an estimate of when the books will be closed? Supervisor Haschek?
Well, certainly, and I think that if we're having issues with that position and resources, I think that the budget ad hoc committee should bring something back to the board to say this is what we think is needed.
Well, I'm going to push back on that because the budget ad hoc has met multiple times, and we're empty-handed, I think, reporting back to the board. Unless Supervisor McGordy, do you?
No, I think you summed it up well, and we've even asked for questions from the state about what our options are. So we're trying to find a workable solution, But it really depends on cooperation from the auditor controller. That's really what it hinges on.
So I appreciate the work of the budget ad hoc, and I would appreciate if any and all proposals that they've developed could be brought forward to the board so we could publicly approve the assistance that's being offered. And, you know, if the elected auditor, controller, tax collector publicly wants to refuse the assistance, it should be done in public.
Do we have any public comment on the CEO's report? Not seeing any in the room, none online. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I just want to wrap up this conversation. So it sounds to me like we're going to invite the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to the next meeting and have her give us an estimate about when the books are going to close. And I liked Supervisor Jurdy's comments about let's bring a proposal, and if the ad hoc has some defined areas where we can provide assistance, let's provide that assistance or offer that assistance publicly.
I don't think the ad hoc has enough visibility. We asked a whole lot of questions. I don't feel like I walked away understanding any better where the holdups are. And so I imagine it's staffing, maybe funding for staffing, but you know, it's a very broad strokes. And we could when the auditor, controller, tax collector comes back with an estimate, maybe that's the time for the board to inquire as to what we could provide. I don't think the ad hoc has any more formal plan because we don't have enough insight into what's happening in that office. County Counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, the board does have the ability to discuss sort of what would go on in a future agenda, but I'm a little worried we might be getting slightly too much into the weeds on the item itself.
Understood. Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm thinking for the meeting, we could recollect what we've talked about and present it to, once again, not only to the board, but the auditor controller, and reinforce that we still stand behind our offers.
Okay, I think we have a plan for an agenda item next meeting. 4F, Ledge Platform. We don't have one today. Oh, we do. CEO is shaking your head now.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Supervisors, CEO Antrim. My name is Dylan Knowles. I'm working in the Executive Office as an Administrative Analyst, and I do have a brief Ledge Platform update today for you guys. The first part of it is state revenues. Department of Finance bulletin indicates a continual slowing of general state revenues. The General Fund Agency reported they are 6% below the 2022-2023 Budget Act forecast for August. The shortfalls are largely driven by lower proceeds from personal income tax. However, this last month also saw lower proceeds from sales tax and corporate taxes. Governor Newsom signed more than 40 climate-related bills to facilitate his administration's California climate commitment, a plan over the next 2 decades to create 4 million new jobs, reduce air pollution, reduce state oil composition, reduce fossil fuels use in buildings and transportation, and cut refinery pollution. The governor also sought a number of proposals at the end of the legislative session to address climate concerns, including severe drought, wildfires, and an energy supply. A couple of bills that passed were AB 988, which was signed. It's a suicide and crisis lifeline. So this bill enacts the Miles High Lifeline and Suicide Prevention Act. It would require technology to transfer between 988 suicide and crisis lifeline and the 911 public safety answering points. Another one that passed was a CARE one, which was SB 1338. The governor signed the Community Assistance and Empowerment Program. Creates an opportunity in a civil court setting for developing an individualized care plan for persons with qualifying mental health conditions. One that was vetoed was AB 1951, and this would have eliminated the local share of sales tax related to the purchasing of manufactured equipment, citing the softening economic and impact of the loss of sales tax revenues to city and counties is why the governor vetoed it. And the last one I have for you today is SB 1131, which establishes an address confidentiality program for public entity employees and contractors, and includes additional protections for election workers and reproductive health care providers. And that's all I got today for you guys.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? I don't see any. Board questions? None. All right. We're on item 4G, Supervisors Reports. Supervisor McGordy.
So I just wanted to share with the board my concerns about our municipal advisory councils and their struggles with trying to do hybrid Zoom meetings, and the software that they have. Sometimes they can't operate it. Sometimes it may not be the right software. And I'm just wondering if we can do something internal to kind of improve their ability to deliver a program, both kind of educating them and making sure that they have the right software program that can do what they need to do. Ideally, they should be able to go to YouTube so that they can, they should be able to record and go to YouTube so that people can view the meetings if they want to attend. So I don't think it's a real complicated request. The other thing that is probably more complicated is having the right kind of equipment and able to view who's in the room and follow the meeting.
Any comment from staff?
Mr. Chair, I believe that's something staff could take a look at, but any action I think would have to come back as a future agenda item.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention some good news. In 2017, when the board voted to join Sonoma Clean Power, actually voted in 2016, took effect in 17, about 78% of their electrical power source was from carbon-free sources. And since then, it's now up to 93% carbon-free for the default service. And the board of Some Clean Power, we asked our staff to come up with a stretch goal of trying to get it to 100% clean power, carbon-free power by 2030, which is well in advance of the state timeframe. And they reported back at this month's meeting that they think they can get there in just over 3 years in 2026. So I think it's pretty good news, and it's kind of a challenge to get that last bit of power, again, 24/7, 365 days a year, all from carbon-free sources. And they're not looking at large hydro. They're looking at, in part, they're looking at the geothermal power that we've talked about at previous meetings from Mendocino, Sonoma, and Lake counties. So further developing that with some newer technologies that require less water to balance out along with wind, solar, and other sources, but to be free of natural gas and petroleum products, which is at this point a pretty small piece of the mix, about 6% of the Sonoma Clean Power mix, but to get it out completely out of our grid composition. So anyway, good news, and just wanted to pass that on.
Supervisor Haschak.
Just to respond to Supervisor McGordy's question about the MAC, is that they do have a budget. And, you know, I've seen the MACs in Laytonville and Round Valley use some of that money for updating their Zoom, subscription or whatever that would be called, and they can record those meetings too. And so that's what I'm seeing happening in my district. As far as, let's see, there was a public comment last meeting about the wildlife exclusionary program. And, I just wanted to update the board that County Council did have concerns with AB 5, and that delayed the awarding of the RFP. And so the RFP has been reflown with added language to be in compliance with AB 5. And AB 5 had to do with the lift and what's a contractor versus an employee. And so we're trying to work on some of those issues. And And if someone has a rabid animal or a threatening animal concern, then you should call Animal Care Services, which oversees the duties of animal control. And so I know that some people have called me because of these concerns, and really, Animal Care is dealing with those issues. And then lastly, I did meet with the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, and looking at they haven't received their base funding from the county. And when we did the budget hearings in June, that we did agree that $45,000, their original ask, should be funded. And then they asked actually for $45,000 more, and we said, well, we need to check on it at the first, quarter hearings, or when the first quarter report comes back. And so I'm just trying to figure out about that, the base funding that they need for their continued operations to be grant writing. And, if we don't have it in the general fund, maybe we can get it out from, the PG&E funds or something because they are doing a lot of work that does forest health and creates safer communities in that regard. So I wanted the board to consider that.
Are we ready to adjourn? All right, meeting adjourned at 4:20.